Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla Take cricket. Guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps for the test match insurgency. At first they tried to silence us, but we would not be silenced. They threatened us with lies, so we threatened them with violence. Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket. It's not about the winning, it's about how many rules you break. Even in cricket commentary, this is the best advice to take. Pick guerrilla cricket, it's the finest choice you'll ever make. There's so much more to cricket than rev counters and a slice of cake. At first they tried to sanitize us and clean up our act, but people like it filthy, and we know that for a fact. Fidel Castro, Lenny Pascoe, Carlos the Jackal, Umar Akmal, Mahatma Gandhi, Grant and Andy, Brendan Behan, Austin Ian. Guerrilla cricket. Stick with us, cause you know we're not the kind of thing that you see on the TV and the radio. So vive la revolution. First they tried to buy us, but we would not be bought. Okay, we were, but then we ran away, and we will not be caught. We would not give up the ghost when they left us all for dead. They decapitated us, but we just grew another head. Chairman Mao, Jamie Howe, Ho Chi Minh, Asif Din, Václav Havel, Graham Saville, No Surrender, Percy Fender, Che Guevara, Sangakkara, Joseph Stalin, Douglas Jardine, Robespierre, Darrell Hare, Vladimir Lenin, O'Brien Kevin. Guerrilla cricket.
Welcome to Guerrilla Cricket. This is the one the World T20 has been waiting for. Pakistan versus India. The eyes of the cricket world are upon it. Kohli Cam is primed and ready. We're back at Nassau County Stadium in New York, and on a pitch that one of our tweeters said looked like an old lady's legs in wrinkly stockings, possibly ageist and sexist. But in 4 matches here so far, the average first innings score is a pitiful 103, which does tell its own story. Pakistan are in a bit of a mess. Defeat to the USA leaves them precariously poised above the trapdoor. India overcame the dodgy pitch in easing past Ireland, so they look in good shape. They have better knowledge of New York too, having had their practice match here and played their first game here. I'm Tony Bishop, and with me for this New York show is a man whose vagabond shoes are longing to stray, Messy Jez. Hello, Messrs.
I never thought of myself as a vagabond, but happy to be with you. Only another 10 minutes to wait till we finally get this thing underway.
Well, let's hope. And when it comes to knowledge of India, he's the king of the hill, the top of the heap. It is, of course, Anindo Dutta.
Hello, everyone. Hi, Tony. Hi, Messrs. Hi, the world.
You sound very, very relaxed, Anindo. You're feeling confident about this one for your boys, I would imagine.
I'm absolutely relaxed and zen. I won some money on the USA, and I'm still at the glow from that.
Well, there you go. All good. Right. Toss news. Pakistan won it. and they've chosen to bowl 7 World Cup games, I believe, between these two. 6-1 to India. Every single one has won by the team chasing. There you go. So Pakistan, that might just ruin your zen, that particular stat, and Indo. Let me see, team news. Only Pakistan may change. India are unchanged. So there'll be Rohit Sharma, Virat Kohli, Rishabh Pant, Suryakumar Yadav, Shivam Dubey, Hardik Pandya, Ravindra Jadeja, easy for me to say, you know who I meant, Akshar Patel, Jasprit Bumrah, Arshdeep Singh, and Mohammad Siraj, the smiling crocodile. Pakistan, Babar Azam the captain, Mohammad Rizwan the wicketkeeper, Usman Khan, Fakhar Zaman, Shadab Khan, Iftikhar Ahmed, Imad Wasim, who comes in for Azam Khan, Shaheen Afridi, Haris Rauf, Nazim Shah, and Mohammad Amir. Right, well, I suppose the most important talking point, chaps, is the pitch. Even the ICC have said they've been disappointed. Did it look any better for the South Africa and Netherlands game yesterday? I'm not entirely sure it did.
Oh, it did, definitely. It didn't have anything like the venom it had earlier in the week, and it has to be said that, you know, while it still had some life in it, it's a perfectly acceptable wicket if it plays like that today. I think there was a lot of fear of the wicket that may have got in the way for some of the batters, but frankly, there was some pretty poor batting going on yesterday as well.
Well, and some seriously bad running, from what I recall.
Yes.
It's the Pakistan playbook without Pakistan.
Yes, I'm optimistic that it won't be an easy wicket, but it'll be challenging, but it won't be ridiculous. I'm really hopeful that it'll be good to play on, which I find these much more fascinating when we're, a score of 140 is competitive, rather than having to get 220 before you're competitive.
Well, exactly.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very difficult to imagine that we're going to have any kind of a big score here. Even though I agree with Masters that it did play better yesterday than we've seen before in New York, but today, remember, I mean, it's just going to be, the atmosphere is going to be completely different. And I don't mean the atmosphere in the stadium, but it's just the weather. Because of the weather, clearly at the toss, and I was carefully trying to read what these guys were thinking at the toss, and Rohit Sharma was really worried both about the pitch and the fact that they were batting in these conditions.
Well, which pitch are we using, Messers? You did know. Did you say it's the same pitch as yesterday?
Using the same pitch as yesterday, yeah.
Which I think is pitch 2, did I say?
Yeah, I think you did.
Yeah, I think it's pitch 2.
It's a pitch which didn't throw weird bounces as it did the previous day, where it injured both Rohit Sharma and Rishabh Pant. That was a truly dangerous pitch, and I thought ICC should have banned themselves for it. But themselves.
Well, now Pakistan, Pakistan,
they go around the world bloody banning people, so they should ban themselves.
Well, fair enough. Pakistan had played the first game in Dallas, which of course they lost, famously, indeed. They arrived on Friday night. They had to change their hotel because it was such a long commute across town to get to the ground. They had the first look at the ground yesterday. India have been here for ages, have already played 2 games on it. Is there a little bit of favouring India that we might just be sensing in the way this has been constructed in Indo? What would you say to that particular
I'd much rather
thought?
be in Florida than in New York, to be absolutely fair when it comes to where I'd rather be. But yeah, I don't know. You know, in these things, how does India play Pakistan every single ICC tournament in the league stage? How are they always in the same group to ensure that they're playing each other at prime time, for Indian audiences and Pakistani audiences? So I mean, there's that. I mean, I can imagine when lots are being picked about who's in which group. India and Pakistan, the little folded papers are not.
I think there's a case of a marked card or a slightly shorter straw with that's got "Pick me" written on it. I'm India, or other subtle little clues. But
I would say that there is one way in which Pakistan are slightly favoured. I think Pakistan has more of a chance of winning on this pitch than they would on any of the other pitches that are currently being used.
Absolutely. It's going to be so difficult for India to face up to Shaheen Shah Afridi moving the ball around in this. Just to name one of them. Forget again about the rest. It is going to be extremely difficult with Shaheen Shah Afridi coming in to Rohit Sharma, swinging the ball into the middle stump. Chances are the middle stump is going to go before Rohit gets his first four.
Well, just a reminder, South Africa dismissed Sri Lanka for 77 on pitch 1. And then they, of course, chased that target down with some difficulty. Took their time. India dismissed Ireland for 96 on pitch 4 2 days later, which is where Harry Tector...
Ireland is a far better team than Sri Lanka in this World Cup.
Well, that certainly seems to be the case. On Friday, Canada became the first team to score more than 100 in New York, and they defended that score of 137 against Ireland on pitch 4. And South Africa played Netherlands on a fresh surface, pitch 2, which we think, therefore, hand-picked to be the best of the pitches after plenty of time to have a look at it for India to play on. But
think
again,
also
no favouritism there.
I think what's happened is, in normal circumstances, when pitches are laid for drop-ins, they have 5 to 6 weeks to settle before they're played on. And here they've only had a couple of weeks. And I think what's happened is a lot of work's gone on this pitch in particular, with the heavy roller and so on, to get it ready. Sorry, we're about to get underway.
Well, we are indeed. I was about to say that Rohit Sharma and some other chap have meandered their way to the middle. It looks as though Rohit, 145 T20 innings and over 4,000 runs he has. He got his first 4,000. He got to 4,000 this tournament, I think.
He's one of only 2 players to play in every T20 World Cup.
Yeah,
I don't know who the other one is.
Extraordinary. So let's jingle him up. And now, remind me the name of this other bloke. I think it's this guy.
The Indian says signals that they'll knock us on her ass. The pitches are prepared without a sign of grass. The score is mounting quickly and they've got a talking lead. We don't mind the challenge, it's a beating we don't need. He lets loose all his shots when the bowlers are fatigued. And we wait to find the match is dead and our doom is for rat. And Davey Warner rides around and says, Cooley's the cat, Cooley's the cat.
And the bowler will be none other than this chap. A short but impressive spell with Middlesex when he was terrific to watch, I must say.
Shaheen Afridi, Shaheen Afridi.
The only one who took him to cleaners at that time was Pujara, right?
I don't think he took him to the cleaners. They did come face to face with each other. In fact, it was the first match. 2 separate
matches. He took him to the cleaners.
It was the first match for both of them down at Hove. I went down specially to cover it for an Indian publication because they were so fascinated by it. Anyway, those stands I have to report to both left and right. I think it's 66-metre boundary on one side. It's a 70-metre boundary on the other side. So this pitch 2, is pretty central. Shaheen, his left arm over, it swings and it's whipped neatly off his toes by Rohit, and India will be off and running straight away. And this slow outfield still looks pretty slow, to be honest. And it will just be 2 as the ball limped to an apologetic halt on a ground that I think Rohit for that shot might have thought he'd got himself 4 pennyworth. He only got half that. And that has been an issue all along, hasn't
in
it?
Yesterday's game, including Paul Sterling ran 2 threes, which I think is what led to his dismissal. He was
poor old Sterlo. That's he's never at the back of the queue. Never at the back of the queue for the breakfast buffet, Sterlo. One of the reasons we love him. In comes Afridi again, onto his toes goes Rohit, defends this time, it's out towards cover, and there is no run. 131 kilometres an hour.
All the Virat was halfway down the pitch.
Virat, was he? Could he have been?
He was halfway down.
Could he have been man-caddied? Is that what you're suggesting, Anindo?
No. As the ball got to the fielder.
Oh right. Yeah.
halfway down.
I don't think Rohit was remotely
No,
interested.
he doesn't
in
leave the pitch until the ball leaves the bowler's hand.
Afridi again. That's lofted by Rohit. Has he got all of it? I think he has. Yes, he has. Of course he has.
Wow.
Up go Rod Tucker's arms. 6 it is, and India are off and motoring.
The crowd is a sea of blue again too, isn't it?
It is a sea of blue.
I believe in
Those
miracles.
old Las Vegas Grand Prix circuit stands are jumping
Fix the thing, you.
That ball was
with Indian
completely
fans.
within
Since you came out to
Rohit's
bat,
hitting zone, and he
fix the thing.
It was.
helped it along very high up.
He did. He just
Over
he
square
checked.
leg.
He really sort of checked the shot, actually, didn't he? It wasn't a full-blooded, lofted
No,
sweep.
it was like lifting
Almost a
tennis
chip.
ball up,
That's wide and left by Rohit. Not wide as in wide. It was a good ball, actually. It was slanted across the right-handed Rohit by the left armour. And through it went to Mohammad Rizwan. It was a good comeback by Afridi, but nothing in the first 4 balls to suggest that there's going to be unpleasant bounce, unexpected behaviour. It's if it hits one of those green circle patches that we've seen the ball die a lot in other games. But remember, this pitch has only been used once. That's defended well by Rohit out towards cover again. Rohit's on his toes, but he won't be running anywhere. So far his role has just been to run backwards and forwards a bit. Yet to see any of the ball. We're having another look at that terrific lofted flick, really, by Rohit. And honestly, if we look around, well, one, it's nice to see there that we've got a nice mix of Indian and Pakistan fans close together, i.e. all together in the same stand. But you would say it's probably about 40-1 at least that the Indian fans are outnumbering the Pakistan fans.
So I think a couple of things here. One is I understand that the pricing of the tickets is enormously expensive.
Yep.
And which
In comes Afridi again.
gone up.
Now that one is a huge shout. I think that was going down leg. I think he might be a little bit
Yeah.
overexcited. Rod Tucker's not bothered. Rizwan, Barbara Rizwan rather, is coming in. Have they said to review? They're having a little chat.
No, I don't think
They've got a handful of seconds. I think that was a bowler's case of a bowler getting a tad overexcited more than it was realistic.
I think
No, says
it
Barbara.
it might have been umpire's call on the pad, but it would have definitely been going
Well,
down.
we'll have another quick look before we catch up with your social messages. It pitches well, or was it an inside edge?
I think it's an inside edge.
It's an inside edge onto
Oh,
his
it is,
toes,
yeah.
and that I think is what that signal meant.
Yeah,
So
that's what Barbara is showing. He's showing
we
the bat.
have reached the end of the first over, 8 without loss. Messers.
Dave Wood says, any inside track on which Pakistan will show up today? God only knows, Dave. You know that. Brian Barrish has sent us some lovely pictures. A sold-out crowd of about 600 people, mostly supporting India, is at Park's Casino in suburban Philadelphia.
Oh, hang on. Hold on.
Oh, fuck.
Saudis are coming back on.
Hold on. The city that never sleeps seems to me never to be dry either, because after 1 over, Rohit and Virat, shoulder to shoulder, bats held under their arms, are walking off. Pakistan are walking off. The umpires are quickly calling on the covers, and well, one hopes that the major showpiece so far of the tournament, with all respect to Australia and England, is not going to be blighted by on-off and then some crazy short game. Would the ICC change the rules on the fly to make sure India did get the chance of getting 2 points, or would India just have to settle for 1 in the event of a no result? We shall see. Don't put it past them.
I don't think even the ICC would go there. But just to go on, since you don't have play, just to go on in terms of why you have, just speculating on why you have less Pakistani fans here. I think one is the fact that tickets are very expensive, especially for this match. It has been expensive for this match for the past 6 months, and in the New York region, to be fair, there's a lot of rich dudes around who are Indian and a few who are Pakistani. So it just might be a case of tickets being an issue, but also Pakistan's not been covering themselves with glory as far as their cricket is concerned. So you might have a little bit of lack of enthusiasm of some of their supporters.
Well, we were looking. I don't know if you were there, either of you two actually. I can't remember when it was. Well, it was one of the other games we covered. We had a look at the Diamond Club, which is the most exclusive of the various opportunities. Just 200 guests.
How much is that?
The one thing I couldn't find was the price.
No, the Diamond Club's 10,000 for the Diamond Club.
10,000 was it? Dollars.
Mayank is
US.
in the VIP seats, which cost him a total of $2,740.50.
Wow.
When you add in the booking fee, and those are those
That's
ones
just
that
crazy.
have been completely empty during most of the games, the white ones.
The hospitality tickets at one point in time, which is the Diamond Box, I guess, when they were, on secondary market, were going at over $20,000 at one point in time.
Well, let me. Are you
apparently
hungry?
the secondary markets plunged yesterday, and a number of them going for less than their face value.
Well, I wonder if that is because of the weather, maybe.
Well, would you like me to give you a weather update?
Only if it's good. And it doesn't look good from what we can see on our screen.
No, it is. It is actually. There is a shower coming through. It may get slightly heavier before it gets lighter. But the good news is that after these are over, and it'll probably take 20 minutes or so for it to completely clear, it looks like there's absolutely nothing else coming in the way of rain. So I think there's every chance we'll get the full game in today. We may just have to wait another 20 minutes or so until this bit passes.
Well, while we wait, then I'm gonna tell you, were you to go in the Diamond Club, Anindo, because I know you would, man about town that you are. This is what you might expect. Remember, this is breakfast time to start with. Smoked salmon, black truffle arancini, poke, as in poke salad. An assortment of breakfast pastries. New York cheeses and crackers, spice mix nuts, popcorn trio, summer fruit chat, a pani puri, shrimp cocktail, caviar, of course. Then, if that wasn't enough, you'd move on to your mains, which would include vegetable samosas, watermelon salads, chopped salad, lamb burgers, lobster rolls, tandoori chicken skewers, lentil stew, summer strawberry parfait, double chocolate salt seed malnouris, and a caramel budino with chantilly cream. Now, if you could still move after that lot, then you'd have a selection of beverages, which of course include just about everything: tea, coffee, anything you want from the bar, etc. Which doesn't sound half bad, does it?
And an ambulance to take you to the hospital right after.
Well, yeah, well, that's exactly. I think
there's no way you could walk.
If you'd spent, how much was it, Messrs? $2,000.
10 grand.
10 grand. $10,000. So,
yeah.
Well, it's near enough parity these days, isn't it? So probably about £9,500 for one T20 game. Then, boy, would you expect your fill. Maybe you get a golden bucket to be sick in. I don't know.
We can see the fairly solid rain on the screen, and Mayank, who I must say I regard as very pessimistic, he says it's absolutely bucketing now. This rain is going to ruin my. More on the way for the next 90 to 120 minutes. I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that long, Mayank, by any stretch of the imagination.
Remind me where Mayank was.
He's in the stadium.
He's in the stadium. Remind me where you are.
I'm on my weather case. Yes, I've got 3 weather apps running with radars.
So it's technology versus the human eye actually at the
But
pick who you choose to believe.
I'm sorry, Tony, but human eye at the scene cannot possibly know that for the next 90 minutes it's going to rain because the human eye doesn't go that
No,
far.
I'm just saying.
No, I'm sure Mayank is also looking at his own apps. But Mayank tweeted earlier on that he thought we might lose the whole day, and I'm absolutely positive we won't.
I sincerely hope not. Well, whilst you're there then, Messrs, and before we choose what to do next, I believe if I look on YouTube, it's looking pretty busy.
Yes. So
do you want to catch us up with some
we'll
folk?
go through I'll finish off with the one I started with from Brian Barish, the tweet. He said, a sold-out crowd of about 600 people, mostly supporting India, is at Park's Casino in suburban Philadelphia to watch this match. The party is hosted by the Philadelphians, the city's minor league cricket team. A rollicking atmosphere here. Hopefully we get the game in. And he's got a number of photos, including himself drinking from a massive, looks like a litre glass of beer, and a short movie padding the scene. So thank you for that. Harung says, greetings all, hope everyone's well. Is the Colicam League open? How many times will Colicam be seen this match? And he says, Joel was well behaved in the Australian versus Poms match. Yeah, didn't do too bad. And Brian Brums also says, Diamond Club Fooey, I got a free drink with my free watch party ticket. Eat it, ICC.
Excellent.
And he says, a reminder that rain helps out the USA. Pakistan would top out at 5 points if they win out. The US would get 6 if they win one of their last 2 games. That's a very good point. USA is actually in a very good position to ease Pakistan out unless Pakistan can beat India today. Martley says, I've eaten messages food porn for today with all these delays. Penny with homemade pesto and cheese, and he sends us a picture which looks extremely appetizing.
That sounds just
then
classically simple but tasty.
And we've got lots of people with us on YouTube, I'm pleased to say, and given the time, I'll go through all of them.
Yeah, please do.
So we start off with Leah. Oh, can't see the first one, it's hidden from me for some reason. But Leah's with us. She says, who angered the weather gods? Hattie the Batty's with us. Hit the like button, she says. Yes, hit the like and subscribe button if you're on YouTube, please. Suda Who's with us. Hello, Colin. I haven't heard from you for a long time. He just says hello, folks. Leah says there was a lot of movement through the air and off the pitch for the Pacers yesterday. Some unpredictable bounce, but not so much for the spinners. Source, I commentated the whole thing. Leah's been such a trooper. She and I were both on air early this morning covering the West Indies' absolute annihilation of poor Uganda.
I actually missed that. What was the score? I'm seeing highlights of it now. I don't know if you are, but
the West Indies made, I think, somewhere in the order of 165, something like that.
So actually, not a high score.
Not a massive score, but it was a very tricky pitch, and Uganda were all out for 39, I think.
Oh my lord! Oh my lord!
So, the spinner, I can't remember who it was now. The West Indian spinner took 5 and bowled absolutely beautifully. Really did. Leah says, I hope these two teams entertain me decently enough until the sublime Scotland take on the mighty Oman in today's main event. My Scotland, says Sidahu. Wolf Bugger. Start caught me by surprise, says Muttley. Love and sausages. Sidahu says, fuck's sake, may as well get up and go for a shower. Pirate Badger says, I'd take great schadenfreude at this match being rained off. It would serve the ICC right for subjecting us all to this abomination of a ground when we could have had Sabina Park in the mix. Well, the star in America has been the Dallas ground, which has been fantastic, actually. Mike says...
Still, but fairly low scoring, though.
Yeah, fairly low scoring, but it's...
Only Scotland so far have really looked like they're going to go ballistic.
Yeah, it's a proper cricket facility, though, and I think it deserves it. Where are we? Yeah, Brown in Brisbane's with us. Says afternoon all. Leah says, I'm thinking of Akil Hussain in relation to the game this morning. So we're up to date on YouTube. Kieran Roseblade says, I'm here, but so is the rain.
Well, we're glad you're here. We're less glad about the rain, I think we could say.
All I've got on my screen from Amazon is there's a weather-related delay.
I'm looking at one of the weather apps, which apparently gives minute by minute forecast. So it says the rain's going to stop in about 4 to 5 minutes, and there's a total of 28 minutes of rain for the rest of the day in 2 different patches.
That ties with what I'm reading here. It says, per local radar imagery from a nearby National Weather Service. It looks like a fairly heavy shower, but not too much behind it. Hopefully should get started again soon. We start losing overs at 12:04 local time, and it's currently 11:37. So
half an hour.
You've got half an hour before that happens. Now, I would have thought they'll be desperate to get them out ahead of overs being lost, aren't they? Because that would be seriously...
Yeah, I would think so.
Absolutely.
I think there's a good chance they'll be back on by then. Mike says...
I think there's going to be a full match today.
Mike says, I paid $217,260 for the cheapest hospitality, free food and soda water, no free alcohol. And then he says, no, $2,172.60. Yeah, I thought 217,000 was a bit over the top, even for you, Mike. Carl Herbert says, in my home diamond club, I'm going with eggs bruschetta. Sounds a good choice to me.
Oh, I like the sound of that.
Says, do I still need to stay awake? Yes, very much so, I'm afraid, Sagir. We will be on. It's just a matter of when.
Well, he's only up the road from you. You can go and watch it with him one day. You're both in Perth, aren't you?
We are indeed. Well, we've just chatted the other day. We're going to watch India-Australia at the Optus Stadium together in November.
Oh, how exciting.
Is it?
In November the 14th comes to mind, but it may be later than that. I can't remember.
I was supposed to come back to you on that one, yeah.
You were, yeah. Muttley says, got one over and then came off for rain. Mike, you see the pessimism, Mike, it's really coming out. Once you've popped out all that money, you think it's going to get worse. Overs will be lost in the next 25 minutes. With all the rain on the wicket and field, it won't start on time. But that's what I thought. That's what you were telling us before, but it came back on really quickly. He says, covers are still on the field. I'd be surprised if we don't lose overs. There's no covers on the outfield. Has it stopped raining yet, though, Mike? That's the question, because they've moved away to replays on the screen here, so we can't see it. Let us know whether it has stopped raining. If you
can you see the same thing on your screens, chaps? As you should be able to from the feed from the studio. Yeah. It's India and the West Indies. I'm assuming it's a World Cup game.
It was 2016
I just saw an unbelievably young Jasprit Bumrah, who literally looked about 15, diving to field. I'm guessing this is 2016, where West Indies went on to win then.
You look at the logo, it says 2016.
Ah, that would be it then. Oh yeah, I can see it, top left-hand corner. Yes, very good.
Yeah. Crick Info says, looks like the drizzle was reduced significantly. They're not sure whether it's stopped. So I suggest, I don't think we'll be getting going for another 20 minutes or so. I'd suggest that unless we've got a lot to talk about, I mean, we can wibble, and we can wibble very well if we want to. But I feel like I've been on air for the whole of the last week almost.
Well, I'm quite happy to pop I will pop a little podcast on.
Yeah. Check back in 15 minutes.
Keep an eye on everything. Andy's coming in. What's the news then? We should probably. Andy's quite happy to come and join me. We'll have a little chat about England's performance. And Indo, if you want to stay, Messrs, you can go and have a rub down with the Sporting Life or whatever the Perth equivalent is.
I'll just go and get myself a cup of tea.
Oh well, all right then. That's the next best thing.
I'll catch you soon.
Andy's going to join me. We've just been working on how to cover all of next week somehow between us, given various other commitments. We think we got most of the weight of it.
You'll need to keep it. Given that there's nothing else going on, you'll probably find there's quite a lot of social media coming through to keep an eye on as well.
I can do that.
Yeah, we can do that. Yep.
Well, I'll keep my eyes open on that. Well, Andy. So, what do you make of yesterday's effort from England?
I thought they were poor.
Right.
I was.
Nestlers, join us, Nestlers.
Oh, hello.
Feel free.
It was very disappointing. I think I was thinking quite favourably about England before the tournament. I was maybe a little bit too swayed by a couple of games against Pakistan, who haven't shown up to be the best. And I thought they were poor against Scotland and in serious jeopardy in that game. I think they would have found 108, whatever it was, quite testing in 10 overs. Yesterday, they really gave Australia a 30-run start, is what I said at the time. And in the end, they lost by 36, which kind of bore that out.
Well, do you know what? It's interesting you say that, because in the ODI World Cup in India, they made a couple of howler decisions, having been given the opportunity at the toss to choose what they wanted to do. One, I recall, was driven by the heat. The absolutely unbearable, awful heat. And they said, you know what, let's just exhaust our team by bowling first. I had a look at the stats for Bridgetown, and I know you're big on your stats, Andy. So what I found out was that in the CPL, domestic, in the last 10 years, the team batting first wins 61% of the time, and the team batting second only 36% of the time. There's an awful lot of games get rained off or no results. It's not entirely dissimilar. It's 53% winning first in T20Is, but only 35% for the team batting second because of the number of games which are called off. So that to me says all history pointed to it's a ground on which you want to set a target rather than chase. And yet England completely ignored that. Not only did they completely ignore that, they bowled a brilliant first over, Moeen Ali, well done. And then they thought, well, let's try and bring Australia out of their shells a bit. Let's lob up a few pies and see if we can't get them rolling a bit. And away they went. And it just seemed curious all round to me.
It was a little bit curious decision, just because they very rarely do that. They often bowl Moeen in the first over.
Yeah, which I have no problem with. He bowled very, very well. It was a great first over.
They don't often bowl spin for the first two, but
two left-handers, I guess, was the consideration.
Two left-handers was the consideration, and the further consideration might be that Jack's actually dismissed Travis Head in the IPL, doing something very similar.
He did.
But Warner and Head were hitting towards the short boundary with the wind behind them. And look, he got picked up for 3 sixes by Travis Head. It can happen. That wasn't my biggest bugbear. My biggest issue with the power play was Archer and Wood steaming in and bowling just full pace and seeing the ball disappear everywhere. Wood in particular made no adaptation. They are supposed to have Kieran Pollard advising them about local conditions.
Yes. And
either he didn't or they didn't listen to him. Because after 6 or 7 overs, it became very apparent that the seamers needed to take pace off.
Well, it's very interesting, again, you say that, because I saw an interview with Mark Wood day before the game, and he was saying, well, we know we weren't good enough against Scotland. Pure pace doesn't really do the trick. I need to be able to bowl cutters and pace off and increase my variety, none of which seemed to happen. It's almost like things are going wrong, so you default to what you know, and what you know doesn't necessarily work.
That's a selection issue. If you think pace isn't going to work, you don't pick Mark Wood. You pick Reece Topley or Sam Curran.
With the benefit, isn't Topley a left armour as well?
Yeah.
So that would have been a bonus.
Yes, I understand what you're saying about benefit of hindsight, but it seemed very apparent to me early on, and it seemed to take them 6 overs to 7 overs before anyone even tried to take the pace off. And then suddenly they got 2 wickets doing that. But yeah, I felt they gave them this 30-run start. They didn't field well. There was a lot of silly little things going on. There was Butler missing the stumps with a stumping and stumping in the second time, which is village. And and there was a lot of looking at each other, and it just all came back to this. Still maintain the 30-run start they gave them, which meant they could pretty much ease to 200. They didn't have to do too much to get. They certainly wouldn't have had to do too much to get 185. They had a little bit of extra spurt at the end. And then, if I can finish my sort of train of thought, and then the best period of the game was the batting power play for England, which went very well.
Butler and Phil Salt.
Butler and Salt
did exactly what they were supposed to do.
Yeah, Salt. And again, at the end of the 6th over, I said Australia are going to need Zampa to turn this round, and it looked like Zampa might be the key bowler. And Salt got out to him first ball.
Very first ball, yeah. It did turn a little bit, but it not prodigiously.
It was not a good shot. He was
literally
playing
just
with half.
clipped the bail, didn't it?
He was playing with half the bat on the stumps, and he should know that Zampa's going to attack the stumps. Butler gets out on a reverse sweep. I know he does that sometimes. You've almost got to take that one and say that's, you've got to take the rough with the smooth. But then I thought they batted very poorly after that. No one really had a go at it. The worst of all was Bairstow, was absolutely shocking. And I think they need to grasp the nettle.
Bairstow just couldn't get the ball off the square for
Nope.
about 7 balls, could he?
He looked awful. They've got to put Duckett in for Bairstow because he's left-handed, because he plays spin well, and he's not overweight and over the hill, quite frankly. And I wouldn't play Wood and Archer in the same game in the tournament either.
I'd probably concur on both of those. A few messages coming in. Brian in Brisbane's going to pop back in 15 minutes. Got to look after the banana cake in the oven.
Nice.
Mayank wants us to stay on air. I'm getting bored here. Sorry to hear that, Mayank. Yeah, how can you be bored in hospitality? If you've got some sort of hospitality package.
He's paying 2,000 quid to listen to us. Bloody hell!
You should have just given that to us.
You could have cut out the ICC and the Nassau County Cricket Club or whatever they are, and just given it straight to us, Mayank lad.
Lord.
Dara's easy saying hello to everybody. Plenty of chatting at the wicket, but the covers will not come off for now, says our man at the ground. Bigger tarp is coming off square. Okay,
Bigger tart.
Tarp, not tart. Now, and what particular tart did you have in mind? I mean, were you thinking of
a bigger
some
one.
sort of nice big pastry in Mayank's hospitality, or was your mind going somewhere else?
A nice Bakewell.
A nice Enid. Okay, let me see. Rain's done for now, says Mayank. Okay, so we're catching up a bit now. Small cover is off. Play could restart in a few minutes. Yay, let's hope so. More importantly, he says, the lunch is still not served out, and they said 11:30. It's 11:45.
I'd get a refund if I were you.
That is not good. So we got simultaneous things going on here. We've got pitch reports and lunch service in the hospitality area reports all going on at the same time.
I haven't even done a report from Roland Garros yet.
Hold that, because we'll come back to you on that. Dara's easy for some reason says Darren Stevens. I don't quite know apropos of what, Dara. You'd have to tell us. Obviously, we know
County
Steve
cricket
is.
fans just say Darren Stevens once an hour.
Yeah,
in my experience.
As Australians, Australians used to have their on their WhatsApp group whenever they come over here to play county cricket. Then Steve-O's going to get you. Is their
guys,
the name of their WhatsApp group?
The match is going to restart at midday with no overs lost.
So 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I told you they wouldn't.
Minutes.
They wouldn't risk losing overs. Okay, Seguier says agree with the points made by Andy. There you go, Andy. Dara's easy said Darren Stevens for Bairstow. Oh, there you go.
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, why not?
There you go.
Probably about as mobile.
Let me have a look. Well, make your point, whatever you wanted to say, Andy. And
England not alone in having a bad start. I did manage to catch the Afghanistan-New Zealand highlights this morning, and New Zealand were bad. They had Conway missing a stumping, dropping the ball on a run out. Did you see any of this? Dropping catches left and right.
Sorry, I was reading something else, Andy.
New Zealand against Afghanistan, they were really poor in the field. They somehow thought it was a good idea to bowl Daryl Mitchell the 18th over. He got pumped. They still think it's a good idea to have Kane and Daryl Mitchell 3 and 4. Kane tried to run one straight to slip off Rashid Khan. They
Slightly ageing team, perhaps.
more
New
than
Zealand these days.
more than slightly. I mean, England are holding a few players on too long, I think, but New Zealand are doing it in spades. Pakistan are in huge trouble if they don't win today.
Well, they'll be they'll be desperate to avoid a rain off. That's for sure.
Sri Lanka look absolute dog shit, quite frankly.
They're in a mess.
And that is 4 of the teams who were penciled into the last 8 by the ICC.
Well, that opens the door for other people.
A lot
the
of other
USA are
teams.
in a decent shape.
USA
Canada
are
have got themselves a win.
They've got to win, but in terms of pressing for the second round, the USA, I think if they could beat Ireland, and frankly Ireland have been poor, they've got a great chance.
Good for the tournament though, if they do
Absolutely.
get through. USA 100%.
Afghanistan and West Indies are in pole position in their group. New Zealand have a lot to do there and didn't look much like they could do it. And South Africa's group, I think that second spot is wide open between Bangladesh, Netherlands. Who else is in that group?
What price a USA India final, I wonder? Can you imagine?
Yeah, a USA Bangladesh final.
Leah says Pollard was hired by England mainly as a beefy himbo to be lusted over. Okay. Brian Barrish says sun's out in Philly, don't know what the problem is. He also says, oh good, Nestlers is here, let him know I had Philly cheesecake and fries for lunch. Sounds magnificently healthy.
Philly cheese steak, I think.
Oh, Philly cheese steak, I was about to say, yeah, thank you. Yeah.
Very, very different.
It is quite different. I was going to say chips with a cheesecake, that's a bit weird.
Well, you know, America.
Well, exactly. It could happen.
There you go.
An overused term in sport, but I think right in this, there's a titanic battle going on at Roland Garros at the moment.
Who's playing?
It's the men's final, Alcaraz, Zverev, and it's 1 set all there. Zverev has got set point in the third after being 5-2 down.
We'll also I expect we'll be here long enough to keep an eye on Scotland-Oman, which kicks off, bowls off at 6 o'clock UK time. What would you say for cricket instead of kicks off?
That's a good question.
Starts is a bit dull, isn't it?
You want something a bit more
exactly.
emotive.
Yeah.
The Americans
doesn't
must
tee
have
off because that's
something,
golf.
haven't they?
No, yeah. Yeah, get back to us on
off.
that. Get back to us on that on social, guys.
No, I don't know. First delivery? No, that doesn't sound particularly exciting either.
What's it called in baseball?
Invent something. First pitch, isn't it?
It's first pitch, yeah.
But yeah, you wouldn't say baseball first pitch is off, would you? No.
No.
Commences,
Brian will know.
Says Dara Azizi.
What's the colloquial word, Brian, if you're still listening, which I hope you are? Brian in Philly, not Brian.
Yeah,
Brian
if a football match kicks off and a golf tournament tees off, then what does baseball
do? And does anybody know what cricket does?
You could always ask John Boy.
John Boy? What, as of the Waltons?
No, this guy
know?
they've got into commentate on. He was actually all right. They've got an American into commentate on the on the main thing. And,
oh right, okay.
He's a baseball guy, but he knows some cricket, and he's not too bad. I mean, he's better compared to a lot of them.
Okay. An Indo wants us to juggle round the rotors. Fine, I'll have a look at the interval break.
Zverev 2-1 up.
With who? Who's playing who?
We've just been through this.
Who's playing? It's the men's final. Roland Garros. For
was it?
sake. Zverev Alcaraz.
Oh, I know Alcaraz was in it. I think I listened to that in the car on the way over. Yeah, tennis goes unless I'm in the Royal Box at Wimbledon. It just goes over my head.
Royal Box. Fuck off.
Real tennis is played on the streets, isn't it, Nestlers?
Well, real tennis is actually played at Hampton Court in some sort of weird slopey roof thing.
Yeah, the opposite of the streets.
Yes, very much.
Real tennis is played on clay.
Is it? The ball presumably is much slower and sort of spins and does more stuff, whereas it skids off a grass surface more, right?
It's far more entertaining on clay. I've always preferred Roland Garros to Wimbledon.
Oh, well, there you go. There you go.
I've always hated Wimbledon, actually.
But you just think it's a bit
way overrated.
would you think
Other
it's a
than the
bit?
strawberries and cream, it's very
Yeah,
overrated.
a bit up itself. I think it's a lot up
Oh,
itself.
fucking hell!
Yeah.
I mean, from when I played there playing junior tennis for Queen's Club, and they hated Wimbledon, so it stayed with me.
All right, good.
I was just
yeah.
full of bloody upper class snobs.
Of
Hate-
course,
always hated it.
yeah.
We should just remind everybody, we got a delayed start in New York, 1 over. Pakistan chose to field having won the toss. 7 World Cup games historically between these two teams. The team chasing has always won. 6 times, of course, that's been India. Just once in 2021 was that Pakistan. 8 without loss India progressed to after just 1 over. The rains came back, but we believe there should be a start in 4 minutes, which would be 5 o'clock local time, and 5 o'clock UK time, which would be, what time did we say it was there? 12 o'clock, right? 12 o'clock there,
12,
Straight 5 hours, yeah.
12 there, and about 10 past 12 was the cut-off time when we'd start losing overs, and the ICC accountant has gone to the crossroads and done a deal with the devil, because he realises how much reducing time and giving money back to people.
Well,
What would poor old Mike have to do? He'd have to return his lunch. He can't do. He's already eaten it.
I wouldn't be surprised if
radar, it's completely clear from here on.
Yay!
So it doesn't look as if we'll lose any more time.
I wouldn't be surprised with the ICC if 1 over counts and you're out of luck. We got your money.
Well, if you're in the Diamond Club and you've paid your $2,000 for your Diamond Club membership for the day, and you've had your fill of that, I mean, you could eat yourself to an early grave,
It's
with or
half
without
the
the
price
cricket.
anyway.
couldn't
Yeah,
you?
exactly. Yeah.
Wimbledon never used to give you money back if it rained.
Somebody I got for my 65th birthday, my nephew and his lovely wife and son bought me a big plate full of cheeses, which they called misery cheese, and that's because when I used to go to Watford and had a year of hospitality in the Elton John suite, and we'd lose every single game, they'd always serve this great array of cheeses afterwards, which I christened misery cheese with my mate.
Players are on the field, apparently.
They are indeed.
We can see.
Virat Kohli is
Light
back
blue.
out. The sun is shining. You would never know it had even been raining. It looks a beautiful day now. The stands remain an absolute sea of India blue, dotted every so often with a bit of Pakistan green. It is 8 without loss. If I recall, it was Nazim Shah who was due to bowl. So
Trying to run into ball.
should be. He almost started his run up. So it looks as though he's going to be bowling 2. It must be Virat, isn't it?
Yeah, because Rohit took all 6 deliveries.
Nestle should have disappeared off again. He has. He'll be lurking in the background, going through his warm-up routine, whatever that may be. And joining me again are, of course, Messers and Indian cricket expert, spin bowling guru, Aninda Dutta. Now,
Well,
it is Nazim Shah, big old
Get some cricket.
flop of hair. We are going to get a bit more cricket. As Nazim Shah, right arm over and in, a little bit of swing, driven sweetly though by Virat Kohli. The first ball he's faced, it's making its way across the outfield and gets to the extra cover boundary, and he starts with one of these. And whoever said how long until Kohli Cam, well, not long. To be honest, he deserved that. I've got nothing against Kohli Cam when he's done something. It's when someone else has done something and the camera just goes, well, what does Virat think about this?
The problem is, Tony, that you never know when he will do something. So you've got to have the camera
You
on.
just got to cover him just in case, like wildlife photography.
Of course.
This one is
Exactly.
defended by Virat. Back to Nazim Shah. Better ball. Just a bit too much width on that first ball, and Virat was able to tuck in. Oh, with style, of course. He doesn't just tuck in an ugly way. He tucked in with style. That one appreciably fuller and straighter, and thus a much better ball by Nazim Shah. India have moved on to 12, where 2 balls into the second over after a lengthy delay. And we hope there will be no more of those as Nazim Shah is in. That's wide, that's cut, and it's cut straight to point, and it's taken. Oh, Virat, what have you done? What have you done, Virat Kohli? You have been caught at backward point. That was a sloppy, lazy shot, I'm afraid. He didn't get on top of it. It was taken at backward point, and Virat Kohli, to the despair of Indian fans everywhere, has, I'm afraid, gone.
You silly little boy, what on earth were you playing at? Oh!
It just, well, it wasn't as high as I thought it was. He just didn't quite have room to play the shot. Went straight into Usman's hands at point, didn't it?
He's having the first bad World Cup in his life.
Well,
Yes.
he did. He didn't do so well against Ireland, did he?
One.
Well, yeah, and you could probably there argue that it was actually, if I remember, it was a very similar shot, wasn't it, that got him out against Ireland? One that
It was a rubbish shot.
Well, it was a
Similar.
rubbish shot, and therefore similar. Well,
Yeah.
a man, we say it every time we see him now, and we'll keep saying it for sure. It's going to be Rishabh Pant, who we are delighted to see back, mobile, and exciting as he ever was. He probably wouldn't want to be at the crease quite so early, but he is, and it is 12-1 for India. It's a good start then. I think getting Kohli in the second over, you would count as a good result in Indo if you're Pakistan, wouldn't you?
Oh, absolutely. Couldn't have asked for more. I mean, he's been the nemesis for forever, ever since he's played against them.
He has indeed. Well, he is going to be facing Nazim Shah, the wicket taker, who's going to be in to Rishabh Pant. Swings in, beats the outside edge. Nazim thinks he got an edge. I am not sure. I think he's possibly rethought that. Barbara
I don't
Azam
think the
is...
keeper even went up.
Well, Rizwan sort of half went up, I think it's safe to say. We got a chance to have another look at it now. It definitely swings in, cuts away, and there's nowhere near it. Nowhere near it. What it was, though, was an absolutely fabulous ball. Swung in and pitched away. It means that Pakistan have a slip in place, and Nazim Shah, I'm afraid, this time has rather let himself down by swinging it down leg, and it will be a wide and a bye as well. So one fantastic ball followed by one distinctly average one, and one of these.
Wide.
We're looking at again that Virat, it was a funny shot really, wasn't it? It was on him quite quickly. He didn't really seem to have the room to cut. He was just trying to guide it away through point. But he never
back topside field. That really was unnecessary.
It was an un-Kohli-like shot, let's just say. Perhaps too keen to please, perhaps conscious that he didn't go well against Ireland. It just ratchets up that little bit of pressure. Who knows? But a big disappointment to him.
14.1 in 1.4 overs. There's a score predictor, which is a bit much. 160.
160 is well above par for New York so far, let me tell you. In comes Nazim Shah. That slip is still there. It's on the legs of Rohit, who whips him away down to long leg for 4 runs.
That's so Rohit.
Just four.
Rishabh Pant saw India home safely enough, didn't he? 36 not out against Ireland. Looked in good order. Got 53 in the warm-up against Bangladesh too, so he's had 2 cracks on this ground and has scored 80 runs on a ground that others have struggled with. So he's clearly in good order, as is Rohit. Funny game cricket, isn't it? You take the king wicket and then you bowl 2 shocking balls and you get clipped away. That's a better ball, but Rohit is up onto his toes to guide it down to short third, and they'll take a single. And the score will move on to 19 for 1 after 2 messes.
So Mayank lets us know that alcohol isn't free in the 2,500 ticket.
Jesus.
The second tier for $4,000 includes free beer, or free in a word, and the $10,000 ticket includes everything free, unfortunately. But he says that there's no refund for the $2,500 ticket because they reckon the free food.
Well, I was about to say, if you're in hospitality, then you're getting your money's worth. It actually, rather disappointingly though, says something about how they value the hospitality over the match, because that's effectively going, the hospitality is so good you don't really need the game, which to me can't be right, can it?
Well,
yeah,
I don't know what
you eat can't be worth more than a couple of $100 anyway.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's
there you go.
right. It's the prestige, though. That's what it is.
Shaheen Shah Afridi is going to continue. Number 8 on his first over. His left arm over is defended by Rohit. And there will be no run dot balls. Always a precious commodity. There have been plenty of them in New York. Remember, we're on pitch 2. This was the game that... This is a game from yesterday, right, Messrs, where South Africa got through against Netherlands. Am I right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. That's right.
So, and who batted first in that? The Netherlands.
Netherlands did. They were. They lost a lot of wickets early on.
Well, as did South Africa.
Oh,
that's edged. Has it taken? The arms go up. Rohit's had a swing. No, I don't think he got anything on it. It was a. It was one of those celebra throw-ups that wicket keepers so love to do. It was a loose drive from Rohit, but nowhere near the ball. Shaheen Shah Afridi knew that. But Rizwan was just toying with us. Good ball though. Another dot ball. 2 dots to start his over here. You get amongst India early with one of these two, and Pakistan will, as Nasser Hussain is fond of saying, believe. That's nudged. Nudged to a diving man at first slip, but on the bounce. 3 dot balls. It's a great over this. His first over, he tended to be a little bit sort of middle and leg, a lot of his deliveries. Then he slanted a few across, didn't he? Here he seems to have found the right line and length pretty much on the off stump. As Shaheen Shah Afridi. And he's got Rohit trapped. What will Rohit come up with to try and grease those wheels? Well, what he'll come up with is a loft out towards mid-wicket. He's going to be taken. He is. So really it was a 4-card trick. And it was the 4th card that lulled him into a shot he'd played earlier magnificently. Didn't get hold of it that time. He's gone straight to deep mid-wicket. He's been taken. And Pakistan have 2 early wickets, and India are in some degree of discomfort.
Indeed.
Another one bites the dust. I think that is going to be out, Fred. Another one bites the dust.
Well, it is. Harris Ralph was the man who judged it
we
superbly.
We did say Pakistan are favourites for this match. Both Messrs and I.
Well, I think by dint of having won the toss. Would you have said that had they not won the toss? I think the toss is worth an awful lot here.
No,
yeah.
I think the toss clearly put it in their pocket.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Well, this is interesting. It's going to be Axar Patel who's coming in at 4. Now that seems a little bit high up the order for Axar Patel. What's the thinking there, Nindo?
Well, I don't know. I think it might be to give some solidity out there at this time while the ball's moving around in the power play. They didn't want to expose either Shivam Dubey or Sky at this stage.
It might just be he's got a great jingle.
It might.
Oh, it's a different one. Well, it's still a good jingle, but not quite as good as the one I had in mind. Anyway, he's a left-hander. He's going to face a left armour. That's wide. I think that is wide. I'd be surprised if that's not given as a wide. Yes, it is. Rod Tucker says, you've gone too far there, Shaheen, old son. And it is one of these. We're watching several times over the Harris Ralph catch. He did everything to make sure that ball stayed where it was. That's nicely driven by Axar Patel, but straight to extra cover. That's a very wild throw comes in. Poor old Rizwan had to leap up to ensure it didn't go for overthrows. But it didn't. 24-2 is the score. We're going to watch it again, aren't we? Maybe this was the first 6. No. Yeah, Harris Ralph, he takes it. As he takes it, he falls back and then makes sure that the ball's really going to fall on top of his tummy to give him another chance, just in case it wriggles away. But I don't think it ever looked like it was going to. And to a man and woman, the sea of blue is not really looking too wavy at the moment. That one is dabbed down towards short third. There's no run. And I think that was the end of the over, wasn't it?
Yep.
It was.
It is. 20 for 2. Messes.
Lots of chat over on YouTube. I won't have time to read it all. Dara Azizi says VK has succumbed to the Philly cheesesteak. Pirate Badshaw says factoid. Virat Kohli in 3 T20s against Ireland. The most recent earlier this week has scores of 0, 9 and 1 for a total of 10. Is 10 runs. Mike says it's so loud here I can't hear you guys. Need you all to scream. Pakistani fans are losing it behind me. I bet they are. And Kieran Roseblade probably evens it up with the advantage they have with the ICC being on India's side. Ravi enters Pakistan is going to win this match. Dara says USA cricket will adopt.
Well, this could be an interesting over because it's going to be Mohammed Amir to Rishabh Pant, and that swings away from the left-hander and is taken by the tumbling Rizwan, and it's a
Mohammed Amir
dot ball.
Sorry, Mohammed Amir reminds me. At some point in time, was there any thought in anybody's mind that the super over was match fixing? US versus Pakistan.
Which super over are you thinking of? The
USA versus Pakistan.
There's always that slight suspicion. In he comes. That one's nicely flicked away by Rishabh Pant. Is the outfield going to slow the ball down? I think it is, you know. That would be for Pennyworth somewhere else. It's not this time. It's hauled in short of the mid-wicket boundary by Shaheen Shah Afridi and will go for, should be 3, but possibly would have been 4, and many other grounds. You've got quite long boundaries. I don't know if that's the 66 metre or the 70 metre boundary. It's hard to tell.
It seemed like 150.
But a ball that we think would have glided across any IPL pitch, any IPL ground. Wasn't going to do it here.
I don't mind the slow outfield. It sort of makes the boundaries bigger too.
Well, and there are bigger boundaries here. Of course, there's no impact subs. So we got a ring, a pretty conventional field really, a ring on the off and on side. That's a swing and a miss, and it could easily have taken an edge. It's a good ball by Mohammed Amir. What's Axar done? He took 1 for 3 against Ireland off his 1 over. Don't think he needed to bat, did he? No, of course he didn't.
No.
He took 1 for 10 against Bangladesh, so we've got plenty of information about his bowling to hand, but not so much about his batting because he hasn't necessarily had to be doing it. Didn't play in the World Cup. 2022 World Cup. Again, it's all about his bowling, which was pretty decent in the games he played. But very little about his batting. That's a shocking flick. That again could easily have taken an edge. Good probing balls outside of his off stump by Mohammed Amir.
He's just laying his back outside the stumps and swinging it around without any idea of where the ball is.
Yep, that's a pretty good summary. And Mohammed Amir, who's bowling at a decent lick, is getting some lift. And he's working the outside of that, probably that 4th or 5th stump line outside of Axar Patel's stumps. The slip is still there. He's done it again. I think he has got an edge this time. No. 3 balls,
He's
3 similar shots.
He's trying very hard.
Again, Rizwan took it. Oh, wicketkeeper slips, bowler all went up. No, he was nowhere near it.
Yeah,
It's
I would
excellent
have
bowling
thought the lesson from the first 4 games at the stadium is that the first 6 or 7 overs are definitely the hardest, while the ball's really hard and swinging.
You have to play yourself in, basically, don't you? That's the lesson.
I think that's the reason why he's been sent there, to play himself in instead of doing what he's doing.
But
He's gotten his orders.
You say that, and yet it is so counterintuitive to modern T20 cricketers to think that way.
Yeah.
You know, you're asking them to sort of shift mental gear.
That's the point, right, Tony? That if you don't have conditions which suit, belting the ball all the time, like
Amir's in. There should be runs this time. It was a swung and it was an attempted Yorker. Didn't really get it right, so it's down to Nazim Shah, and he will get a single down to third man. He'll keep the strike. Now, I don't think that necessarily was in the India list of requirements. 4 overs gone, 24 for 2, and Axar Patel will keep the strike for the next over. Just 4 runs off that one. Messers.
Varong asked what type of tea I had. I was eating gold, surely not English breakfast. I said I actually did have English breakfast. It's fine for me. Brown Barry says, I've just got through telling my American friends here that Virat and Kohli are 2 of the best players in cricket. Whoops. Oh dear. Kieran's idea is that the Americans come up with names for various things in cricket. So the cover drive becomes the hot dog, hook becomes the burger, the reverse scoop will become the ice cream dara, and I can see it now.
Freedy's going to bowl his third over. Oh, that's guided down to third man. Mohammed Amir can't get there.
That's a pretty bizarre shot.
Well, it was an interesting because I thought he was going to unleash a full-blooded cover drive, and he just seemed to check it enough just to run it down to third man. It didn't seem to be the most enthusiastic bit of fielding either, to be honest.
Was that intentional?
No.
Didn't he get a bottom edge
well,
on that?
we're going to have a look now and see. Even then, it's quite hard to tell. Bottom of the bat. I think he's looking to drive. Yeah, he's looking for a cover drive, and he gets really a bottom edge down to third man. It doesn't mean one of these ways.
And if you kids can't listen, and you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing
the
boundary, crossing the boundary.
Flicked, and he's flicked it for 6 down to the same place. It's gone all the way. So 10 off 2 from Axar. We were saying he's nicked the strike. Can't be best for India. Well, it's 10 runs later. How wrong could we have been? Crikey, Moses. That said, the first 4 of them, you could say possibly was fortunate. Did he mean that? He must have meant that.
Yes, he did.
If he meant that,
one
that was
intentional.
a quite superb shot.
Yeah,
And suddenly, you look up and it's 34 for 2. Where's Joe Root? 34 for 2 it is. 4
very
balls
close
left
to
of
hitting the
our
wire
spell.
off the spider cam too.
Shaheen Shah Afridi, that's driven just past the man at cover, fielded at extra, and they'll take a single. So finally Rishabh Pant gets back onto strike. He won't mind that though. He will not mind that his new partner has got himself 10 from 2 balls, or probably 11 from 3 balls. That was 57 metres, so you're looking at about 50, just over 50 metres behind the wickets, and then, as we said, 66 and 66 and 70 either side, which is pretty long, I think. What has Shaheen Shah Afridi got now? He's been driven again, but he's been driven straight towards point, and there will be no run. Rishabh Pant has a smile. Less so Rohit, who is sitting looking a little bit thoughtful in the Indian dugout. Oh, we're looking at Rohit 6. What are we seeing?
As opposed to his dismissal.
It wasn't in the middle of the bat.
No, he'd angled the bat a little bit more, hadn't he, to set himself up for the 6. In comes Shaheen, and well, Rishabh Pant has pulled away. There is some bloke in a baseball cap,
an American.
You can't. Now, be fair, Anindo, you can't actually tell his nationality from here.
Well,
there is a fair chance that you may be right.
He's wearing a white t-shirt and running in front of a black.
Well, he's got a lanyard on. He's got a lanyard on, whoever he is.
He's got a baseball cap on.
To be
He's
well,
American.
And a huge American stomach.
that one's inside edged. They're going to get a single. So you're basically saying people don't wear baseball caps or are slightly overweight in any other country other than America, Messers, which I think is a bit harsh.
No, not
and they
necessarily.
don't
But that was a
little
single,
white
by the way.
And
white
going with
t-shirt in front
probabilities.
of a black side screen
Well, the
as
probability
well as
being that
baseball.
we're in America, therefore there is a chance he's likely to be American. I'll give you that.
Yes.
Andy's just doing some technical work. And,
We're due
I
a
think
change
he's-
at the end of this over.
Well, we are indeed. I think he's teeing up for what's happening next.
The next crew's been waiting for a while.
But I think it's you and two others, so I don't think you have to change anything, Andy. This one is driven from off his just wide of his off stump to backward point. They're going to come back for two. They're going to have to hurry. They've made it. So it means after 5 overs, Axar Patel's moved on to 14. Rishabh Pant on 4. 38 for 2. Rohit and Kohli both back in the hutch. A few words from Messers, and I shall go and take my leave.
Well, my only words are to tell Nessers that Pirate Badshah is the next tweet. And we'll see you fellas later.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening. Sagir, I don't think we've commentated with each other before. Hello.
No, we haven't. Pleasure to be on at the same time as you are.
Hello everyone, and I'm going to throw you in at the deep end, Sagir. I'm going to give you what I think is a very tough question, which is how do you pick 4 number 4s in your squad and then end up with Axar Patel batting 4?
Well, this has been a conundrum for a lot of us Indian fans, and just this afternoon I was talking with a couple of my friends as to why this particular experiment of opening with Kohli is probably not going to yield results in the long run. And I think what India have done is basically they've looked at what Kohli has done for RCB. They've seen that this year his performances have been better compared to his previous years, and they thought, you know what, senior players, they deserve a farewell, like a swan song of sorts. Let's stick to Rohit and Kohli, even though we've got a very young Yashasvi Jaiswal and Abhishek Sharma who can basically belt the leather off that ball. But, they're young, their time will come. Let's stick with these guys. Now, because they have gone with that experiment, they don't have anybody to show the innings at number 3 and 4. And I don't think any of the other players want to bat over there. Sky definitely is not somebody you want coming in the 3rd or 4th over, because he typically lasts for only about like 30 or 40 balls. You want him somewhere towards the second half of that innings. Jadeja is not going to bat high up. So, and because now Pant's playing at 3, who else have you got at 4?
Well, Shivam Dube is the one who usually comes in at 4. I think he's carded
at 4. Probably keep it for a bit lower down.
Yeah, I understand. I definitely see what you're saying. You think that the way they've tinkered the side to accommodate Kohli. The funny thing is, we're on a break for some reason, by the way, so don't worry you're missing anything. I think Mohammad Amir is going to come in just a moment.
I think Akshar's strap of his pads had broken, so they were getting him replacement pads.
Something like that, but they are going to continue. Rishabh Pant is going to be back on strike to Mohammad Amir. Here he comes, and he has a flash, and it's gone through the hands of slip. Ooh. Maybe past his left hand. It was a thickish outside edge slip, was not right there. He had to dive across to his left, but that was what he was there for. I wouldn't mind another look at that one just to see how close he got to it. In the meantime, it was actually 4.
I think he managed to get fingertips into that ball.
I'm looking over a 4.
I think you're right, he might have got a little touch on it, Iftikhar. Had to have another look. Did go quite quickly. It's wide, it's hit right off the toe of the bat. Yes, he just got his left middle fingernail on that one. Right off the toe of the bat. It was another shot without any foot movement, really. Here comes Mohammad Amir again. That's closer. Rishabh Pant's hit that way up in the air. Now is anybody going to be underneath this one? Yes, but it's a tough one. He's running backwards. Ooh. And he could not catch it. Usman, he ended up parrying it towards the boundary, chased it down. That's a shot that would certainly have been outside the power play, but with only 2 fielders out, they had to run out from the circle and try to catch it backwards, and that's always a tough one. Nonetheless,
And this is the way Rishabh Pant plays. You know, he lives by
Yeah.
the sword, and he eventually dies by it too.
Well,
But he's the sort of player who's not going to die wandering over there.
no, well, he's hit 7 runs off 2 balls, and they've both been tough chances.
And I think this is a big difference in India's approach to this particular tournament, that even though they have lost wicket, they at least have kept up with the run rate, whereas in 2022, I think they saw the slightly pace-friendly pitches and they just decided to go into
Oh,
defensive.
that one straight from Amir, didn't swing away, and as a result, Axar played outside it, the left-hander, and it just dies before it gets to the wicket-keeper. But yeah,
Yeah, sorry, go on, Andy.
no, what I was going to say
You
is,
say.
you would think, having seen the scores in this tournament to date, you would actually think that having 2 players like Rohit and Virat at the top would be a benefit, but it hasn't worked like that for other teams. It hasn't really helped Pakistan so far, having Babar and Rizwan at the top. It hasn't helped New Zealand playing Williamson and Mitchell. It's funny how way things turn out. Axar just runs that one down to third man. They'll get a single. No, there's 1 ball to go.
I mean,
2
if you
balls
look at
to
it
go.
this way as well. I mean, Kohli was in great form for the IPL, and now certainly for this World Cup, including the warm-up matches, you know, his performance has just tailed off. Whereas somebody like David Warner, who had a very mediocre T20 series leading up to this one, seems to have struck form just at the right time.
Well, for sure. I mean, I was one who said Australia should have picked McGurk instead of Warner, but he guess he showed
Yeah,
me.
I agree.
Guess he showed
I
me
agree with
yesterday. Oh, it's another one skewed. It's a horrible looking shot from Pant. It's skewed over first slip that time. No chance from there, but he was trying to hit it in 180 degrees different direction. He's trying to play helicopter shots. He's getting edges on everything, and it's super unconvincing, even though it's another 4.
And you know, India are 50 for 2 in the 6th over, so you know, I don't think any Indian fan will say no to this sort of scoring rate.
No, but it does look very frenetic.
Absolutely. I think it keeps the Pakistani bowlers in the hunt as well, because if he's going to keep playing this way, you know, they will fancy an edge or something that comes their way. But then again, with Pakistan, you never know. They might drop a catch or 2 as well.
Well, they've dropped a couple of hard ones in this over, I would say that. And that's again, it flashes past the outside edge. It must have been a slower ball because it bounced a good yard in front of the wicket-keeper. It's the end of a very eventful over, which somehow went for 12. I'm not sure how, but it's 50 for 2 at the end of the power play.
Ravi N is taking issue with you, Andy. He said, did I just hear Shivam Dooby being pronounced as Shivam Doob?
Oh, he's the Doob. He's the Doob. That what confused me.
The Doob.
It's that slightly bald guy in the studio. I don't know his name.
More than slightly bald, I'm afraid.
That's definitely not Shivam Doob.
Yeah. Leah says that ICC bloke who disrupted play could have only been more American if he wielded twin AR-15s while disrupting the cricket match.
Yeah, while going
and eating
hard.
a hot dog, I suppose.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah. With a MAGA hat on. Washington Eaton says, so to who? Some cricket for 20 minutes before starting work. Yeah. And Dara Azizi just says, I've not been in here for a while.
Well, it's going to be a change for Pakistan now that the power play has come to an end and the field, at least 5 of the field, spreads far and wide, and it's going to be this man.
Why do I find it hard to believe the next stat? Strike rate of 142. Eve tick ha ha. I know it.
Here he is, right arm around to the left-handed Axar, plays it back down the wicket and there's no run. Going to get a look and see if he can get any bounce and turn off this wicket today. Does seem to be playing a little bit better than yesterday. It's the same pitch.
Yeah, I think as time has gone by, it has settled a little bit.
Axar steps away and cuts it out to backward point. Should just be a single.
What stadium is this, by the way?
This is a pop-up stadium in New York.
Pop-up?
Yes.
Oh. Yeah, it's only been constructed just for the sole purpose of this World Cup, predominantly for the India-Pakistan match.
It's a sort of...
Where is it in New York?
Nassau County. So it's New York State, not New York City.
Oh, okay.
Down the leg side, goes for a swing pant, he misses it, hits the keeper in the chest, so maybe a bit of bounce there. That should be a wide. Unless it's
I don't think so.
unless it's flicked pant. It's caught the wicket keeper right on the top of the chest. It's not been given wide. Maybe well, you could argue it pinched on the stumps, I guess.
How long before Rishabh Pant comes dancing down the wicket and tries to hoik one into the stands?
Tony tells us
guy walking past
at least he's wearing black, and at least he's not doing that thing you see in Village where the guy thinks, oh, I can make it, I'm going to run in front of the sight screen and then I'll make it, which of course makes it 10 times worse. Iftikhar's in again, it's finally settled down. Oh, and, well, another horrendous looking shot from Pant. He fell over, tried to launch it into outer space somewhere over square leg, ended up just falling over, and really, do you think the occasion has got to him a little bit?
Nah, this is just the way he bats.
Probably is. Iftikhar is in, down the leg side, and he should get wide for that one. See what Rod Tucker does.
Looks like he's going to
Looks like he gets wide. I remember after about 10 years not playing, I thought I decided to start again, and I went to see a coach for a practice session. It was the first time I picked up a bat in 10 years. As Iftikhar comes in again. Down the track Pant, and that was much more controlled and played it up to long on. And I sort of, flailed around terribly. And he said, well, yeah, it's been a long time. And I said, no, that's pretty much how I bat.
But this has been a very profitable over for Pakistan. They've only conceded, 3 runs off this one so far?
Yeah, looks like spin could be the way forward here. Having said that, that's beautifully punched down the ground by Aksar. 1 bounce into the sponge for 4.
That brings the total to 7 in this one, I think.
Yep, and 57 for 2 off 7.
So, Dara Azizi says, I'm enjoying it due to the time zones, but I've just started a new job.
Well, that was your mistake, yeah.
Work always gets into it.
It does, doesn't it? Like real life work, all of these things get in the way of a good game of cricket.
Robert Aylan says, Andy, we need a jingle from Dreadlock Holiday. I don't like cricket. Wasn't the original Test Match Sofa jingle Dreadlock Holiday?
Might have been. Yeah,
Sky Sports used to use it too.
Yeah, well, I don't actually do jingles, even less so on the fly.
Well, you could sing it, Andy. Come on.
Yeah, I want to subject you to that. I can't do falsetto. I once drew a Bee Gees song in karaoke. Ugh.
Oh my God!
That did not go well.
That's brutal.
Yes.
Did everyone stay alive?
Only just. I think that might have been the song, actually. That might have been the song. Inside edge from Pant, goes to mid-wicket, they'll get through for a single.
You can still see, like little puffs of sand popping off that outfield, isn't it, once it goes past the wicket?
No, it was night fever, I remember now. I was just going through it in my head, yeah.
Okay. Are you going to sing it again?
No, I'm not.
Yeah, there's still plenty of high notes in that.
Yes, I'd have been much better off with some nice Johnny Cash or something like that.
Bob Dylan.
What a lower range. Naseem continues, it's punched up to mid-off, there'll be no run.
What if 10 of our viewers or listeners request a song? Would you be willing to oblige?
Super chat, you got to put your money where your mouth is.
Ooh.
All right, everyone, all the spectators, listeners, the gauntlet's been thrown.
It's dangerous words, Andy.
We didn't say how much.
But those super chats are going to keep rolling in now.
Naseem, and played back by Aksar. The bowler skips across and prevents a run, and only 1 off 3 in this over so far. Do you think it's reached the point where Aksar's kind of done his job and he should just get out?
I think so.
Picture of
Because in the
Sachin.
last few deliveries that he's played, he's not really bothered to score, hit it in the gap, even looking for a single. He's just happy and content to just pat it back in the ground.
Yeah, well, he's on strike again, 20 off 17. He's down the track. That time he's bowled him, and I think he heard us, and we all say get out, and Axar says, "Your wish is my command." So...
Well, he's done his job.
Yeah, I would say he has, yep. Here's his jingle for being out.
How's that? You missed about, I caught you out. How's that?
And it was a similar thing to we've seen teams do with Ashwin in the IPL, just sort of soak up some balls and hope make it a bit easier for the real batsman.
Yeah, it's a role that Jared Kimber calls as a pinch blocker.
Yes. Now, I should imagine we'll get a real batsman in now, but which one? Will it be Suryakumar Yadav or will it be Shivam Dubey?
No, I think it'll be Sky because it's just the right time for him. Almost 8 overs gone, so he can play for the next 4 or 5 overs.
And
but again, it's not going to be like the ground at Mumbai or any of the other IPL grounds where he can just swing freely from the first ball.
Anyway,
so he needs to get his eye in.
It is indeed Suryakumar Yadav.
Suryakumar, Surya. Now I know the others might have let you down. It's not too late to play Surya now. Surya.
You guys probably might not know this, but there's a electric appliances company in India called Surya, and they manufacture bulbs and tubes, and they used to have an ad jingle that was really cool as well.
Did they get Suryakumar Yadav to promote them?
No.
Probably couldn't afford
it. He
it.
came to the scene much later, but I'll see if I can find that jingle. It would be really good if you could use that one.
He plays his first ball into the offside and there's no run. This is a good over from Nazim. He's picked up a wicket and it's only gone for 1 run so far. 58 for 3 coming up to the end of the 8th over, and I should say Pakistan would be the happier of the two at the moment. That's driven straight by Suryakumar, and the mid-on, mid-off are up, and I think he's going to get off the mark with 4 for that one. He is indeed.
It's Nissan Shi. It's Nissan Shi.
That's 2 overs in a row that were very tight and then went for a 4 off the last ball. Never mind.
Naseem should have bowled the super over versus USA as well the other day rather than Ahmed, I thought.
Yep.
It's much more better bowler at the moment. I mean, Ahmed is good, no doubt, but I think he's not past his best. It's just basically in his twilight years now.
Well, it really was a poor super over. Three wides that went for 7 runs.
Dave Wood feels your karaoke pain. He had the Bee Gees followed by Louis Armstrong. That tests the vocal range.
It does test the range.
Ravi says, I'll send in the super chat. What song and what dollars? Well, that's up to you. Andy's not going to pick and tell you how much. I think a lot.
Yeah.
Well, it's for a good cause. It all goes to Guerrilla Cricket, so...
Yeah, Adam's got it right on YouTube. I should do some Barry White or leave Marvin.
I was born.
I was born.
I remember that from my youth. It was a big hit, wasn't it?
For sure. Let's see, right. Another change and some more spin for Pakistan. Where is he at? Here he is. He's going to bowl first, and Pant, who hasn't had so much strike lately, he's gone for the reverse, and even though he changed his setup, it's still wide enough to be a wide from this man.
But she got me on the counter.
Mademoiselle.
Got me banging on the sofa.
Mademoiselle.
I even had her in the shower.
Mademoiselle.
He's in again. He's also wide. Pant way up in the air again. Surely this time he's going to be out. Man, underneath it, can't get there. He put it right in the gap again. It's one of those innings. And I would have thought the fielder had time to get under that. There might have been a little bit indecision about who was going for that one. I'd like another look.
Because surely he had time.
Yeah, Rishabh
went a long way up. He tried to hit it into outer space. He did, but more up than out was the problem. And I think the fielder's gone a little bit late for that. It's another one that's just caught the end of the finger.
Oh, and the auntie in the crowd was just absolutely horrified,
Very shocked by that one. Well, Pant's off strike, so we'll get the madness ceases for a moment. That's a good ball for a little bit of turn, outside half the bat. And how can I say that the madness abates when Pakistan are in play? Because that was a wild throw, nowhere near the wicket keeper.
He took his head off, didn't he?
Well, it would have done if it had been close to him. Fortunately, didn't go, and it looked like Usman went a long way further than his mate, who was coming in instead of across. It didn't look like the best communication. Gone for the reverse again, Pant. Missed it by a mile.
So that's basically one drop catch, one almost a catch, one run out that he survived. Yeah, he's got some terrific luck going his way today, isn't he?
Yes, he had 2 and 2 balls. They were both difficult.
Yeah,
the one at
probably
slip.
should invest in a lottery ticket as well while he's at it.
While he is, but he's still only got 18 or 15. He wants to make it pay. He's on strike again, and that one again, a little bit of turn from Imad into the left-hander. Turn and bounce. All the same India spinners might be licking their lips looking at this.
Well, we had Kohli cam on.
It's going to be interesting. I think India will, if India can get to 160, I think they'll feel that's a good score. Pant manages to pull that one up towards long on. It's in the gap. They could get 2. I think they do.
160 might actually be a tall order. Probably even 140, 145 might be defendable with this pitch.
It could be, yeah. We're seeing quite a bit of turn and bounce for the spinners. It didn't look too bad for the seamers up front.
I don't want to sound partisan, but India does have a more disciplined bowling attack.
He's got a bit more of that one, Pant, but and did the fielder bottle that one a little bit, Iftikhar? Could he have really sprinted into that one? It was a flat one up to long on. Again, I'd like another look, and boy, Pant is living on the edge.
Lennox Lair reckons the disco era was one of the darkest ages humanity ever had to endure.
Gave us Boney M though, so don't knock them all.
There was a lot of good disco music.
Chic,
yeah. Brian Barish wants to know, what is Imad's delivery? He looks like Walter Johnson pitching for the 1916 Washington Senators. It's a bit army. There's a lot going on.
Army and Navy. Another change for Pakistan, which I'm a bit surprised by, because the spin seemed to be doing well. It's going to be Harris, and I'm promised that this jingle is less sweary. Don't know than what.
Harris Ralph's bowling.
Well, we'll see. I'm a bit surprised they've gone away from the spinners, but anyway, Harris is in, right arm around, defended by Pant, and there's no run. Sajir has donated $5 for a song of Andy's choice. Let me think for a moment.
There we go.
I hear the train a-comin', it's rollin' round a bend, and I ain't seen the sunshine since I don't know when. I'm stuck in Folsom Prison, and time keeps marching on. How's that?
There we go, brilliant, thank you.
Much more in my range, that one. Harris is in again. I've only got one over to go, you'll be glad to hear. And Pant finally gets a shot right. He punches it over long off, and he'll get 4. Finally a proper 4 for that one.
And that was in his game,
Great guns.
Yes, it was.
The ball, 4 runs. I hit the ball and it went for 4 runs.
Well,
I think they're probably getting Haris Rauf in now because they don't want to leave him till the end. I think, given how USA managed to equalize their score, and then in the 2022 when Kohli hitting that 6 of Haris Rauf as well.
Oh, but that's another ungainly shot from Pant. He absolutely fell over, but he was managed to get enough bat on it to send it past fine leg for 4 more.
And if you kids can't listen, then you bound to see the way you get shot for crossing a boundary,
Now, although
Rishabh Pant while batting and Mark Wood while bowling, I think are the two players that fall a hell lot
Yes.
compared to their peers.
Yeah. Well, it can happen. You bat like an absolute drain for 20 runs, and then you sort of get it together.
I mean, the sheer audacity of this man, Shaw. Seriously, I mean, this is what makes him so much more watchable.
Ah, well, they always say the best batsmen have good balance. He was virtually fallen over when he made contact there.
But he fell over in a balanced way, he might argue.
That wasn't a good move from Harris. He went back over the wicket, and he just put that one on the pads. And that time Rishabh Pant was completely balanced. He just flicked that down to fine leg for 4 more.
That's 3 consecutive balls now. Rishabh.
It is, and yeah, it's further calling into that question, the return to seam.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they should have just continued with spin while they were at it.
Well, it certainly seems to be playing Rishabh Pant back into form.
Pant's now 33 off 22 at a strike rate of 150.
Yep, he's got the platform to push on, and maybe India will be looking at north of 160 here. Harris is still going to go over the wicket. He's got to get it on off stump. He does. Pant fends at it. It's going to go down to third man, and they'll pick up, I think, 1. Should just be 1, yeah. Right, we're going to have a change at the end of the over. Andy is going to join us from Bali, and Messi is going to come back from Perth, and I will still be here in Sydenham.
Excellent.
Bali, Perth,
and Sydenham. Yep.
The network's very wide. It's like a global takeover of cricket, isn't it?
And we will, I expect, have a little drinks break, which will give us time to catch up with stuff. In fact, Nestlers, if you can catch us up on all the social media before we change over, that would be good. After this ball, one more ball, and it's flicked at, and didn't get a touch on it. Sky. End of the over, 81 for 3 off 10.
Ravi wants to know what the chances India gets bounced out and USA and Pakistan come out of this group. Dara Azizi reckons Graham Gooch would have been the perfect player for this format. Dave Barrett says Imadu's doing a very understated imitation of Dan Lawrence's bowling action. And Farong tells us Oman elect to bat in the big clash of the day. So we're up to date now. Messi, you can ignore my chat. I'll speak to you later.
Thank you, Nestlers.
Right. Adios. Have a lovely evening, gents.
Thank you, Slick. Yeah. You sleep well. You got work tomorrow, I take it.
Oh yes, it's a bit late, Sagir, but thank you for joining us today, and we'll see you later in the tournament.
My pleasure. If it wasn't for the stupid rain.
Yes, didn't help. In the meantime, we welcome Andy, still in Bali. Yes.
I am. Yeah. Thank you for welcoming me in. I'm actually trying to join off my phone as well, because I seem to be just slightly behind you guys. I'm not quite sure why that is. I've also I'm trying to join the meeting off my phone, so if that could be added, that would be great. But nice to be here. Yeah, it's a little late here as well in Bali. It's 10 to 1 in the morning. Obviously the rain hasn't helped, but definitely got a game on our hands here. 81 runs scored off the first 10 overs. Pakistan, I guess, will be relatively happy with how they've gone, but there has been a few other chances.
Given the history at this stadium, I would actually say that I think India would be reasonably happy.
I think after that little spurt, they might be. Yes.
Yeah. I guess what I meant is more from the perspective of, they managed to get some early wickets, get Kohli and Sharma out early. But yeah, just in the last period of time, it's kind of gone the other way, hasn't it?
Yeah.
It has. I would be interested what do you think India be looking for from here? They should be looking at 165, 170, really. They've kind of sent Axar in as a pinch whatever he was, which increases the depth of their batting a little bit, because they've still got Dubey and Hardik and Jadeja to come.
Well, we're back underway and our drinks, and the balls played by straight, but over the boundary for 6. Just
No,
in the
this
slot,
this is highlights or something. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the drink breaks trick session.
Oh,
They're
I
always
see.
trying to catch you out.
Yeah, I was just suddenly saw it come up. I was like, oh, okay. But anyway, all right. Yeah, that's referring to a previous game that India beat Pakistan, and in fact, I think that was Kohli that one in the highlights. That was that magnificent innings he had in Australia a couple of years ago. But it's going to be Imad to continue. He's bowling to Punt. And Punt swings this one away through the leg side, but there's a man out there on the boundary behind square. They just get the single. Punt moves on to 35 off 24. That does bring Surya Kumar on to strike. He's only faced the 4 balls so far.
Yep, changing the field because of course they got a right-hand, left-hand pair.
Round the left armour. It's down the leg side wildly, and it's running down towards the boundary, but they're able to just get back for 2. Is there a signal there?
No, it's just 1.
He's been given a run for that. Really looked like he just missed it and it was a wide, but they've given it as a run, and that's that. You don't appeal those in this format.
And they only picked up 1. Right, okay. I thought there would have been a certain 2 there, just based on how close to the boundary it went. Here's Ahmad again to Punt, and he's beaten outside the line of off stop.
Definitely got some inconsistent bounce off the spinners.
Yeah, I was listening to what you were saying earlier about the decision to bring Harris Ralph on at the time they did. And I think it was a good call actually by you guys. Here's Punt reverse sweeping, and he beats the man on the 45 behind the square on the leg side and out to the boundary for 4. So Punt getting into his work here. Very nice to move on to 39.
Yeah, he looked absolutely terrible for his first 15 balls, Pant, but he's managed to get past that, and he's now playing some good shots, and Pakistan might start to get a bit worried.
Here's Ahmad again, and this time Punt's just working it through mid-wicket. In fact, down to wide mid-on, I should say. And they go through for a single. Punt moves on to 40. India on to 88 for 3. Of course, this game's being played at Eisenhower Park, although it has a different name, of course. It's the Nassau County International Cricket Stadium, temporary cricket stadium, whereas Eisenhower Park is the permanent location. Here's Imad again, and Surya Kumar's just playing that one all the way along the ground up to long off, and there's a single. He moves on to 7.
So Dave Wood says, how much for Andy to sing I've Been Everywhere by Johnny Cash? I think you have to pay by individual place.
Look up the lyrics on that one. I couldn't give you all the cities off the top of my head.
Armchair Cricket Podcast, our friend Ajit says, Rishabh Pant has shown the cricketing spirit of Rohan Kanhai is alive and well with the falling sweep. I don't think Rohan Kanhai fell as far as Rishabh Pant. He didn't have so far to fall either. I recall Kanhai as being very small. I'm not sure if I'm correct in that, or just felt that way. And on YouTube, Leah says Yuvraj looks like the main character in a very cheap Bollywood remake of Katana's excellent Brava. Sagir Parker says good night. Jeff Perkins is with that. Perker says Andy's done a Bishop. Tony Bishop has called a lot of wickets on replay.
And just as Harris Ralph begins a new over, first ball strikes Surya Kumar on the pad, and the half-hearted shout. I don't think they're going to review this.
No, that's going down leg for sure.
Yeah. Yeah, that really caught me by surprise before. I was just like, oh, they just haven't brought the picture up, and next thing I see him hitting a 6. You're right there.
There's barely a commentator who hasn't fallen for that, Andy, so you don't need to feel left out.
I guess that's the whole thing about commentating off TV, right? Here's Harris again, bowling to Surya Kumar, and he's playing that one up to mid-off. Is that out?
It is out,
yep,
yes.
It was.
Yeah, it was carried all the way to him out at mid-off. So Surya Kumar was a full-length ball from Harris Ralph, and he just played it uppishly, and it was fairly easily taken by Ahmad. Just caught me by surprise. It just
I think
the way.
I think it caught him by surprise. I'm not really sure what he was trying to do with it. He seemed to check the shot. It may have stopped a little bit. Amir hurls the ball into the ground with delight, and Surya Kumar is out.
That's the 4th wicket down the Kumar Yadav. He's out for 7. So India now 89 for 4. So from a Pakistani perspective, exactly what was required. Brings Doobie to the crease to join punt.
A bit of a little and large combination. This is Dubé's jingle.
You're chilling Dubé, treat the bowlers roughly. He's got the skills you need and he's right buff really. He's hitting 6s, not making duck eggs. So take this guy on if you feel like getting clubbed.
This should be an interesting phase of the game.
Indeed, they India. Well, they've still got Doobie's very capable, of course. He did strike rate of something like 160 in the IPL recently.
For sure, and as I was saying, by pushing Axar up, they've increased their depth, so they've still got Hardik and Jadeja to come.
Here's Harris Ralph round the wicket to Doobie, and is beaten outside the line of off stump. Pakistani hands in the air. I see Bubba's bought a slip in here for Doobie. That's a good move. But just going back to that Surya Kumar dismissal, he just got into a slightly awkward position. He
did.
Angled at that, and it just lofted up to Muhammad Amir at mid-off. Not quite sure why he hurled the ball into the ground, as you mentioned there.
Especially as a bowler, do you really want to do that?
Yeah.
This next one's just defended by Doobie. So good over so far from Ralph.
Yeah, it's a good comeback after his first over went for 13.
Yeah, and good captaincy, positive captaincy by Bubba as well to give him another over after an over going for 13. He's averaging 142 kilometres an hour, 143 almost. Today is Harris Ralph, fastest ball of 147.8. Here he comes again round the wicket, and this one's just played to point by Doobie, and there's no run. There's just one ball remaining in this over. This is the 12th over of the innings.
Oh, they'd take a wicket maiden in the 12th, for sure.
Yeah. Well, he's still getting a bit of reaction from the wicket, isn't he, when he puts that in?
Yeah, that one did lift on Dubé a little bit.
It doesn't make it easy for the batter.
No, it's not dangerous like it was in that Ireland game, but there's still a bit in it.
Here is again Ralph, and this time he's playing it away to the sweeper just behind point. Look at this single, so it's not a wicket maiden, but just one run off the over. So 12 overs gone now, and the score is 90 for 4.
Tara's easy. It says Johnny Cash's best tune was Hurt, even though he didn't write it. And Leah says, yes, and it actually isn't the best thing Trent Reznor wrote. that would be stuff like La Mer. It's very guerrilla cricket to go totally different direction all of a sudden. It's just the way we roll. But I'm not entirely sure that Andy knows the words of enough Johnny Cash song.
I might surprise you.
Oh,
it's not a promise. Not a promise though.
As Imad reckons a new over, and it's just played into the leg side by Punt out to a deep mid wicket, and he collects another single, takes him on to 41. India on to 91 for 4. See Sachin Tendulkar's in the ground today. It's on screen there. Here's Imad again, and this time it's Doobie pulling it out to backwards square. Usman does the fielding out there, and 1 to Doobie. India on to 92 for 4.
I think Narendra Modi would have been there today if he could have had a guaranteed Indian win.
Yes, this time it's just defended by Doobie, and so I actually called their runs the wrong way around before, didn't I? He can't be on strike if he just hit a single, so apologies for that. Here is Doobie again this time, and once again works it behind square, so it takes him on to 3, and you're on to 93 for 4. So very tidy bowling here by Imad. Coming towards the end of his third over, he's got none for 17.
Taking his time.
Getting a fair bit of turn.
Yeah, taking his time, Shivam as well. I'm just going to call him Shivam. We'll get around all this pronunciation controversy. 3 off 7 for him.
And Punt, as he's done so many times today, attempts another reverse sweep. Doesn't get any timing on it, but gets into the gap, so it's further runs at him.
That was a leg by, I think.
In fact, it was a leg by. The leg by. I was wondering why Punt's score stayed the same. Yeah, it was a leg by. As this next one is played up to, it's played back to the bowler by Doobie. Imad does very well there to cut that one off. So that is the over. 13 gone, not 4 for 4. Doobie's on 3, Punt on 41.
Ravi enters Doobie or Doobie? Doobie is correct. Adam Newman points out Oman versus Scotland just started, which could be very important for England. Perko says you might be surprised what Andy might do for cash, Messi.
Exactly.
And Rich Appeal, it's a jingless convention. Says I thought that this week it was supposed to be sowing destruction and decapitating people, feeding on their young, etc. How is it actually? It's tough. But
it's difficult,
dangerous.
but not dangerous. I thought it was dangerous before. He's got one down to third man there for a single.
I think I've got a frozen screen here, chaps.
I was just about to ask. Let us know when you're back. In the meantime, Nazim is in.
Yeah.
And that's going to be out. It's going to be out. Yeah. Chipped it back, Shivam. He looked very unconvincing, and he's really done nothing at all while he's out there, because he's been dismissed for 3 off 9, and he really just popped that one back to the bowler as easy as you like.
Did stick in the wicket a bit, I think.
I think that both the previous dismissals did, yes. Well, I think Andy's just trying to reboot there, so come back in when you're back online, Andy. In the meantime, throughout this innings, even though India were losing wickets, they were keeping the runs ticking along. They're in danger now of just stalling this completely.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can see why Pant's been doing what he's been doing, actually.
I think I can, yeah.
It seems like the only way to make runs on this wicket.
Right, we've got a new batsman, and it's this guy.
And in breaking news, Hardik Pandya.
Certainly came to the party with the ball in the previous game against Ireland. See if he can do it with the bat. Nonetheless, I think having 95 runs in the bank here can't be too bad.
A lot.
Yeah. So Nazim, who's got 3 wickets.
I'm back.
Andy, but have you got pictures to commentate?
Yes, I do. As
Okay.
Naseem comes into
Great.
Hardik now and just defended away into the offside, and there's no run.
I was just saying Nazim's come from nowhere and he's got 3 for 17.
Yeah.
Including the prize scalp of Virat Kohli off a pretty dreadful ball.
Yeah, it was. That was a very strange shot.
A strange field placement as well. It's very rare that you see a field just in front of point. You know, normally
Apparently
it's
they
behind
just
point.
moved in
They
there as
obviously know
well.
a bit about Here's this next one is driven up to mid-off. And they think about a single, but decide against.
It's another one. Oh no, that's the wicket.
Yeah,
you can see why. I can see why
here.
Pant is really. He looks a bit agricultural, but he is really committing to his shots, and that's what you've got to do, and that's what Surya Kumar and Shivam didn't. They checked the shots and they paid for it. And this is another over that's only gone for 1 so far.
Yeah.
There's Naseem again, and once again that's just defended by Hardik, and the score remains on 95 for 5. Yeah, I think India will be. I mean, I said earlier that Pakistan would be pretty happy with how it's gone. I mean that more in terms of the wickets they were taking. You know, now you'd probably say on an ordinary wicket, this is probably a decent score for Pakistan. But actually, I think India's still in a very strong position here. As this next one is wide down the leg side. Yeah, I think with another 6 overs to go after this, India's going to get a very, very defendable score here.
Oh, he's a no ball.
Interesting, I read the other day that Bubba hasn't elected to bat first.
That's been...
Andy, I think maybe you should just take over, mate. My picture's just not good enough.
Okay, well I can tell you that that's not a wide, it's a no ball, and a no ball takes precedence because it happened first. He overstepped just a little bit there, Naseem. Maybe this free hit is what India need to get the innings restarted. Nope, big swing and a miss. Big swing and a miss from Hardik. 96 for 5 or 14.
There's been 5 runs off the bat in the last 3 overs, which is quite extraordinary. Richard Peel. Oh no, we've done that. Chief Wardo says, Doobie, I think Bear was smoking him last night. Yeah, the Bear was on a bit of a rant at one stage last night. I had to go to bed for the second innings because I was commentating later, but he does not like Wade, does he?
Well, I think if Hendo had been on, he'd have been ranting about England, and perhaps with some justification.
Mayank's now got his food. He says $2,500 hospitality ticket for some mini turkey sandwiches and lentils on rice. This costs £1 at any street vendor for triple the portion.
They saw you coming.
What a joke.
They saw you coming, Mayank. Amir's back, that's way up in the air from Pant, and it's not gone very far. Babar skips across and takes the catch from mid-on, and India are now, I would suggest, in a spot of bother.
Indeed. Let's put the cat very much on
the
suspicion.
window, go O-U-T the window, go O-U-T the window, 'cause O-U-T spells out.
Yeah, they've lost 3 wickets in 3 or 4 overs for no runs. That's the other thing. It's not for 20
That's
runs.
Exactly right. Yeah, 3 for 6 they've lost. Was for 7, sorry. But yeah, that's and Pant was the only one scoring any runs.
And again, I don't think he stopped the shot. I think he's still committed to the shot, but again, I think that's just popped on him again. I think the last 3 wickets, the ball's just stuck in the surface and popped up for an easy catch. Well,
I do wonder, I know they were using the heavy roller on this pitch for a long time to try and remediate the problems with it. I'm wondering if the impact of that is starting to wear off.
yeah, that's entirely possible, yeah. Yeah. Okay, this man coming in.
They need a more controlled on.
And I think the irony of this is that India will find they sent Axar into bat when conditions were actually better.
Yeah, yeah.
Amir is in, and that's another one. It's the same. It's popped up and it's gone straight to cover. He just tried to defend it, Jadeja. The last 4 wickets have been what you see on a council pitch on a Saturday afternoon. The ball stops, you play half a shot, it pops up and you get caught. I can't tell you how many times that's happened to me, but today it's happening to India.
Well, this is going to be very interesting because the ICC issued a sort of half apology for the pitch.
After you've gone.
Well, they're going to be on their knees apologising to India and the BCCI if they lose this game.
I think you're exactly right. Oh dear, there may be diplomatic issues between America and India.
Oh boy, well, India haven't lost this game yet. Pakistan still have to bat on this, so let's wait and see for that at least. But oh dear, Amir's on a hat trick. Arshdeep's come in, so give him his jingle.
And then this guy called Arshdeep Singh. The obvious jokes will be entertained here.
Indeed. Well, it's noticeable that since Richard Peel asked the question about how the wicket was behaving, I think we've lost 3 wickets
yes.
for virtually nothing.
Yeah, and I think you can look all the way back to Rohit and Virat, who I thought both played very careless shots.
Yes.
Virat just flopped at one outside off stump, and Rohit picked out the only fielder on the leg side. Amir, he's on a hat trick. He's bowling at Arshdeep. It's a decent opportunity to get it, you would think. It comes in, it's straight, and Arshdeep defends it back to him for no run. Tony, you might as well come in because I think we've lost Andy, at least for the moment.
I think Mayank's very harsh. He says 2 shite shots, 2 wickets.
Yeah, well, he has just paid $2,000 for a few sandwiches, so there's probably that.
Are we back to Mayank and his sandwiches again?
Yeah.
Oh, Lord, poor lad.
He's not getting the full package there. He's not getting all the caramel boulangerie and whatever it was you were talking about. And Mohammed Amir's in again and flicked into the leg side by Arshdeep. Out to square leg. He'll only get a single, and a lot of weight on Hardik here, I would suggest, to try to cobble together a score.
Yes, this is a serious collapse. 4 wickets for 8 runs.
I mean, that last one in particular, I can't tell you how many times I've done that and I've seen
Ball just held up, didn't it?
It's holds up on a slow wicket. Halfway through the shot, you just pop it up to cover.
Well, it's
one of those.
These surfaces continue to provide all sorts of things to worry about.
India have lost 4 wickets for 8 runs, probably in about 4 or 5 overs. Leaves that one Hardik. He's on 0 off 6. He's going to have a good look. Amir was going to complete the 15th over with Pakistan suddenly, well, not suddenly, it was actually quite slowly, wicket by wicket, got right back into this game and right back on top of this game. I should think the massed ranks of Indian fans are quite quiet at the moment. Hardik lets that one go again. It's test match stuff, and that's the end of the over.
Wow.
137, wasn't it?
Run.
That
Yeah.
South Africa made, I think. Am I right? 137.
I think
they're quite a way off that.
Canada's the highest score on this ground. 135. Yeah.
Yeah, South Africa only had to reach 107, I think it was.
No, but the South Africa game was on this wicket.
Yeah, but it was only 107 chasing.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They were only chasing 107. That is correct.
Yeah.
Against the Netherlands.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, Nestlers, if you're about, you can come and join us and take over the social.
Yeah. There's one from Armchair Cricket Podcast for you, Nestlers.
I'm about.
He's about, and let me just, we've got two in the studio now, so let me fix that.
What the hell's going on?
Well, that's a good question. What the hell's going on with this? Okay. Oh, another one flashes past the outside edge. Why is this not working? Oh no, two-person Zoom. I need two-person studio.
You do.
Sorry to lift the curtain.
Yeah, extraordinary stuff going on here, that's for sure.
There we go. Everything's back in shape on YouTube. Can't say the same about the Indian innings. Naseem, who's on 3 for 18. And India are 97 for 7. ICC20 World Cup live from New York.
State.
There they are in a state.
No, they're in.
absolutely.
I'm sure they're on Long Island. So if they're on Long Island, that's a borough of New York, isn't it?
Somebody said it was Nassau County.
Well, that's the name of it, but I'm sure it's on Long Island.
Naseem comes in again. He's got a slip in place, and indeed might have been in play as Arshdeep just dabbed at that one, but he's done his job. He's got off strike. Put Hardik back on to deal with this. It's 98 for 7. Are we going to see 8 games in a row between India and Pakistan in T20? Either internationals or World Cups, I'm not sure. Won by the team chasing. India will try and somehow cobble their way to about 140 here, I think, but there's going to be a lot of weight on Hardik to do that because they've only got Bumrah and Siraj to come. Here comes Naseem. Hardik punches into the offside. They'll go through for a single, comfortably enough to mid-off, but it's only a single.
Tells us that it's not Long Island.
Well, he's there, so he's
yes.
he's the man who should know.
Well, it's Eisenhower Park in East Meadow, New York, in Nassau County on Long Island. It's everywhere I'm reading.
No.
I mean,
No.
I can't argue with the bloke who's there, but I'm only going by everything else I've read everywhere.
After Queens, there are 2 counties, Nassau, and then way out east is Suffolk. It is Long Island, composed of Nassau and Suffolk counties.
Oh, so it is still Long Island.
Yeah. Here comes Naseem.
Not you.
Oh, and Arshdeep has a big flap at that one. He almost up periscoped there. It's not going to be a wide. I think that flashed through about head height. Yep.
This is one for the over.
But not New York.
No, it's
City.
it's not Manhattan.
No, it's not New York. Yeah, it's not New
But-
York City. It's 10 miles or so.
No, but
east
it
of the
still
New York
counts.
City border.
Oh, okay, that's even more confusing because Long Island counts as one of the boroughs of New York, doesn't it?
No, it's all fiendishly complicated.
Well, you've got Queens.
It's like saying Epping's in London.
Naseem comes in again. It's a slower ball, nicely bowled, and Arshdeep can only push it out to cover. 1 ball to go in this over. Still only 2 runs off it, and India, on top of anything else, are starting to run out of overs. They can't dig in too much here.
You can't.
Hardik's 1 off 8. Arshdeep is a bit more of an excuse. He's a genuine number 9. 2 off 6.
You're right, I stand corrected because the boroughs are the Bronx, Brooklyn, Manhattan, Queens and Staten Island,
Staten
aren't they?
Island,
Not Long
Bronx.
Island. So yes.
Here comes Naseem to complete his spell. Steps across. Arshdeep tips it into the onside, and Hardik, I think you could see, didn't really want that single. But once Arshdeep was up and shaking hands with him, he thought he'd better take it. That is the end of the over. It's 100 for 7 off 16.
You know where it is, Tony?
America.
Oh no,
It's in America.
Yeah, I've got that bit. I've been there. Well, I haven't been to the cricket ground, but all right. But I may have been to the park. I know I've been to a couple of dinners on Long Island.
I've only stopped off at New York Airport, and it was about the coldest I've ever been in my life.
That's 2. Which one?
I don't
Well,
know.
actually, you've got 3.
I don't even know. It was a connecting flight.
You've got New Jersey, you've got LaGuardia if it's an internal flight, and you've obviously got JFK.
No, stopping off to the Caribbean. Anyway, I was sort of stopped and I had
possibly JFK. Well, actually, no, it might have been LaGuardia. Then.
Well, it's not really super relevant, except it was absolutely
Except it was cold.
Except it was very cold. Yeah.
Freezing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Nazim, he's finished up with I think 3 for 20. Great work from him.
Well, Mohammed Amir 2 for 17.
Amir
That's
2 for 17.
Superb effort from him.
He's going to come into Arshdeep. There's only 4 overs left, and India would need to go some to even get 140. Well, Arshdeep has had a go, and he's hit it a long way, but has it gone long enough? No, but no one was there, so it's going to go for 4. Managed to get that wide of the fielder. I think that was much needed.
2 + 2 is a member.
I suggest the 2 batsmen might have had a little chat there and thought, yep, time to move.
To quote Nicky Lauder, they've just got to go balls out.
Yeah. Did put that rather in the slot, Mohammed Amir.
Did well against the USA though, didn't he, as well? He took 1 for 25 or 4. Not so great maybe against... He went to 2 games against England, he was wicketless.
Poked into the offside by Arshdeep, won't get a run. I think Hardik seems to be remonstrating with Arshdeep a little bit there, not sure why. Maybe just expected him to drop down into a gap, but it's something tail end is not quite as adept at.
Number 34 off 4 and number 27 off 2 against England at Edgbaston and the Oval.
Has a flap at that one, the keeper is forward, doesn't get to it on the full. Arshdeep is wringing his hand because that's another one that's got up. Wait, has they given that out?
No, because he didn't take the catch.
No, but they've put the wickets up to 8. There has been some pretty strange scoreboard work in this tournament. Arshdeep went to flap at one that was short-ish, got up higher than he thought, and has pinged him on the glove.
Didn't hit wicket, did he? Sort of step back in his wicket. No, maybe Rizwan did take it.
I think there'll be a bit more celebration if it had. He certainly didn't catch it.
No, he didn't catch that as a drop.
And,
and it's gone back to 7. I think somebody was over-enthusiastic.
Yeah, I think there has been some over-enthusiastic spotting on the scoreboard.
Maybe they're newly trained American scoreboard operators.
It's entirely possible. See one that as much as I hate to talk about county cricket, Ollie Pope got 100 and declared, and then was told he only had 99. How do I know that and you don't?
Because I'm not that interested in Surrey.
Okay, you're being parochial about it. We're probably equally interested in Surrey then, put it that way.
Well, okay, fair. Could well be. Speaking of which, Middlesex are teeing themselves up to fuck up what should be a fully achievable chase. Oh no, oh my god, they've actually won. Never mind Pakistan and India, Middlesex have beaten Kent at Canterbury by 4 wickets with 4 balls remaining. First win of the season, get in you Middle.
Can you pick up a score from Scotland Oman?
That lesser significant game I can of course for you, yes. 44 for 1 Oman.
Okay, off how many overs?
Off, actually they're going alright, it's just a shade over 5 overs, 5.1 overs.
Amir is full, swept away by Arshdeep. The fielder is going to get after it. I think he's going to cut it off. Oh, he had a little bit of a fumble and that might allow him to get back for 3. No. So Hardik remains off strike, and the body language vibes from 100 yards away are that Hardik would really rather like the strike. But Arshdeep's done okay this over, 6 off it so far. And you know, 135 is not going to be easy to chase. Should they get there?
Pakistan will make it difficult.
Well, Pakistan can make anything difficult from 80 to 200. But
you see, even anything over 100 on this track, you do think, well,
definitely in the game.
You're in the game, aren't you?
Down the track goes Arshdeep and has a swing and a miss.
Very clever bowling again. He held that back, didn't he?
Yes, he did, yeah. And didn't get anywhere near that one, Arshdeep. 106 for 7, 3 overs and 1 ball remaining. Hardick chomping at the bit to get back on strike. And I wonder, I've seen that many times as well, a batsman starved of the strike when he wants to hit out. It's the next one. As soon as he does get on, hits it straight up in the air.
Richard Pill says, stick to the cricket and leave American geography alone. You're floundering like the Indian middle
They were
order.
floundering, yeah. Oh my goodness! Arshdeep has gone and stood a mile outside off stump. I thought he was refusing the ball for a moment. He went and stood on the blue line outside off stump. Amir called his bluff and bowled one just on fourth stump. Or rather, he stepped away to leg. Sorry, he stepped away to leg to a dramatic degree. Amir didn't follow him, and so he couldn't get anywhere near the ball, and he was a bit lucky he didn't bowl him. Anyway, Amir finishes 2 for 23. It's 106 for 7 with 3 overs to go.
I'm not sure the last time he will have batted Arshdeep Singh.
Not for a while for India.
So, or indeed in the IPL.
Maybe
too much
not,
from, I don't
no.
believe. So this is strange territory for him.
Jeff Perkins says, no wonder the British weren't able to hold on to their American colonies. They could never send their forces to the right places.
Well, I know. I think of Long Island as being not a suburb of New York, but I think of it. I see it as part of New York. But,
you're not a New Yorker.
But I'm not a native New Yorker. No.
Harris is coming back in. He's bowling to Hardick, who, as I thought he would, had a big swing. He's got a thick edge on it. Fielder couldn't quite get there at third man, and it's gone for 4. And that got the Indian flags flying in the crowd.
Need to retain their composure here, because at the moment you'd have Pakistan on top, but a couple of big overs for Hardick, and I reckon you get past 125 or 130 and you think you've probably done okay.
I think so. I think 135 I would call about even money.
Remember, you're talking only 103. If you don't count the warm-up game, you've got an average first innings score of 103. That's shocking.
Now, well, we can wait till the end of the innings, but it will be interesting to see how Babar and Rizwan approached the Pakistan innings, because it did seem to me that it was easiest to score in those first few overs. Harris Ralph coming in again. Hardick gets hit on the pad, on the thigh pad, and you can see there Arshdeep wanted a run. Hardick did not. There was certainly a run there. And see what he's doing, but can they pass up these singles?
Well, I think he doesn't fancy Arshdeep's capability to put bat on ball, and so he's going to take the responsibility himself.
Well, he is a bit like that, Hardick. He will take the ball himself and put himself up the order when he's captaining in the IPL.
Now, I don't normally like to commentate when we see that about the commentators that you see pop up on screen, but that was a couple of toe-crushing specialists together there.
Oh, he's got that one down exactly. That's a brilliant piece of fielding by Shadab Khan, who we haven't seen at all with the ball today. That's rather strange. He's been hiding down at third man. It was another carve down to third man and looked for all money like it was going to be 4. Shadab dived across and punched it away like a goalkeeper. Great piece of fielding to save 2 runs. Maybe just reminding his captain, I am here, I am in the game. That's a terrific piece of fielding.
That was superb fielding. I mean, we're watching it time and again. I hope for its brilliance, not because they thought for any reason it wasn't. Because he released the ball well before he collided with the sponge.
I'll have a look at it. I think Pakistan have only bowled 3 overs of spin.
I can tell you Oman have lost another wicket. It's 53 for 2.
See if I can pull this up. It's going to be quite difficult. That was flicked away by Hardick. Is there a man out there? There is, and he's taken it.
Whoa,
nice catch, moving around. I think that's Iftikhar, I'm not sure. But Hardick demanded the strike, hit 1-4, and then holed out to deep square leg.
How's that? You messed about, I caught you out. How's that?
God damn it, what's with this computer? India-Pakistan is not yet to begin.
Oh, the computers have been doing all sorts of weird stuff today.
Well, I think they've bowled at most 4 overs of spin, and they haven't bowled Shadab Khan. And I thought it was bouncing and turning a bit. So that tells you that they thought seam was the way to go, and who am I to argue? Because India are 112 for 8.
Well, they'd be right. It's been almost all seam since
Yeah.
this tournament started that's done the damage here.
Well, it is, and here comes a man who, occasional one-over spells in Test cricket aside, is not noted for his batting.
And now then, Marty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
Well, he's not bowling, he's batting. And that's not his strong suit. All the bowlers are having a good time today. Harris, after going for 13 in his first over, he has 2 for 20 in his third. And India, 112 for 8. They were in a reasonable position. They were 75 for 3. And they just suddenly got becalmed, and then 3 batsmen in a row just popped one up, and goodness me, Bumrah has just hit that straight to cover. And then up there barely celebrating at this point. It was at least a drive from Bumrah, but he just hit it straight to the grateful hands of Harris. No, Harris was the bowler. Might have been the subfielder actually. But Bumrah is come and gone, and that is a 9th wicket.
There was nothing ever change. I was gonna go out strange.
You could see one of the Indian players in the line of the shot. Did you see him just sort of going, what the bloody hell are you doing?
It's another first baller, second one of the innings.
Can I put the geography question to bed finally from an American, a long-time American listener to GC, and the first time he's felt qualified to make a comment. 2 of the boroughs of New York City, Brooklyn and Queens, are on the western end of Long Island. The rest of Long Island is covered by Nassau and Suffolk counties, which are part of New York State, but not
New York
City.
New York City, I got it. I know, it confused me because I've been there. It was Imad Wasim took the catch.
It was?
Who did come in today.
Is in the £5,000 hospitality seats above me, says Mayank.
Let's see if you can lob a cheese roll at him. We got a new batsman who has done a bit better than Bumrah because he's got bat and ball and picked up a run or 2. It's going to be this man.
When you gotta fight your way from the streets, gonna find a way to land in your food. There's only one man who could save us now. His mama's Siraj.
Well, there really is. India in serious danger of not batting out their overs. And look, I know I am the man who says go for it, go for it, go for it, and you often tell me that I am, but not so much today, or at least not in the last 5 or 6 overs. If they could have just been a bit more, well, let's pop it around for a run of ball and 7 or 8 and over, and maybe Hardik could have had a swing in the last 2. But this is like the council pitch, Tony, where you don't put a slip in, you put a short cover and a short mid wicket, and it's just that.
Yep, we've all played on them.
You sure have. Don't miss them as a batsman. Here comes Afridi is back to try and take this last wicket. It's a good Yorker, but Siraj gets a bat down on it, and it's a little bit of slowish running, but maybe they were just trying to trick the fielders into going for the throw because they've got an overthrow out of it.
I always reckon if you don't bother to put down, when I don't put down in my notes anything about their batting, it means that their batting is nothing to say.
Nothing.
And I think that's roughly where you
put
Siraj by and large.
Nothing to write notes about. And Pakistan have only bowled 4 overs of spin, and that's gone 0 for 24, when all of the seamers have been sharing the wickets around, and Shaheen Shah Afridi is the most expensive on 1 for 25 in his 4th over.
Your 2024 French Open champion, Carlos Alcaraz.
Right, okay.
Pushes that one into the offside, Siraj, and he's done better than I'm thinking that the Hardicks and the Jadejas should be looking at their number 11, who's rather showing them how to bat.
He was also Wimbledon champion last year, wasn't he, Nestlers?
Yeah, and he's won the US Open as well, so he just needs the Aussie Open to make a career Grand Slam, but he's going to win loads more.
Is he the new top dog?
Oh God, yeah. Him and Yannick Sinner.
Just Bumrah never got on top of that, did he? He just almost like he was giving catching practice to him and Wasim, who gratefully took it.
Well, I hope the Pakistan batsmen are paying good attention to the way the ball's popping up here. Afridi shamefully doesn't use the facilities and bowls a full toss. Which is not what you should do when the ball... And that's another overthrow. That is so careless. Could be a run out. That's another terrible throw. God, Pakistan gonna Pakistan. First of all, there's nothing wrong with the original throw, which went back to Afridi, but he fumbled it. It went behind him. They took another run. I don't think he was going to get there. He certainly wasn't going to get there with a direct hit, but it was a wild throw from about 6 yards that the wicketkeeper barely stopped. Now the batsman's fallen over and hurt his elbow.
Seemed all to the great amusement of Virat and Rohit, who were chuckling away.
They were. He sets off for the second, then he goes back. Then he stepped in front of the bowler a little bit. That's what Shaheen Afridi's a bit upset about. It's one of those where you're standing in front of the goalkeeper, so it counts as offside.
I think this is not the first time we've seen the close-up on Babar Azam's stern face.
No, I get the impression
in this tournament
in the Indian dugout that no one's laughing at anything until they give Kohli the side eye, and if he's laughing, then it's okay for you to laugh.
Yes.
Well, here comes Afridi again. He's gone for 6 so far. He goes for the scoop Siraj, who is perhaps getting ideas a little bit above his station. He misses it, and the Pakistan fielders are smiling about that one. But India not so much. 119 for 9, and goodness me, maybe 12 more runs off these last 7 balls would be very valuable.
It's not going to rapidly, massively uplift that average first innings score at the Nassau County Cricket Stadium, is it?
No, which is soon to be an ex-international cricket stadium, perhaps permanently.
Oh, Lord, you're kidding
gone
me.
up for that one. If Afridi thinks it out, Rod Tucker does not. I'm sure they're going to appeal because they look pretty confident there, and they should have at least one review left. Well, why wouldn't you?
Why would you got an over left? Literally,
why
you're about to go into the line. Come on, Barber.
I mean, do they not? Who's using the team brain cell? As someone
well, I
said
don't
to
think
me
Barber
about England the other day. I mean, it's the last wicket. You must have at least one review, and you looked pretty confident. So I don't know why it takes you 14 seconds to actually make the sign.
Well, Barber was desperately trying to get someone to validate it for him, but
I mean, it might not be out, but it doesn't matter.
That's
it's
not
just such
hardly the point.
Exactly. It's a cutter from Afridi. He may have glanced the face of the bat. He's gone for another scoop.
Hard to tell.
Yeah. Let's have a look. He goes past, and I think we're going to flat line. Yeah, okay, but not to worry. But your view anyway, it's not going to cost you.
We're just about to finish the 19th over, 1 over left, and you've got 10 and Jack in.
Yeah.
I don't think you have to think too hard about it, do you?
I think they still have another review as well. Another thing the scorecard is not telling us, how many reviews teams have left. So the up and down and all of that is it was a dot ball. And Afridi's going to complete his over and his spell to Mohammad Siraj. Kohli now looking a bit more concerned, as well he might. And Siraj hits that up to mid-off, and Babar could have attacked that maybe. It's run out. You can't have a collapse without a run out. Them is the rules. So Siraj hit that one up to mid-off. I thought Babar could have taken a step or two forward and had a dive at that. He didn't. He fumbled it. Evidently, as very often happens on a catch chance, one batsman thought he would run. The other one was probably watching the ball, suddenly found his mate next to him, and Pakistan were able to execute the run out at the keeper's end. Watch the
never run on a misfield.
Well,
here we go. It was a misfield.
Yeah, non-striker is there, and I think, or rather, the striker was up at the non-striker's end, and it was the non-striker who wasn't quite on the ball. A run out finishes it off. India all out for 119. It's not game over, but you've got to face fancy. Even on this, you've got to think Pakistan will be able to chase this down. I almost said have the sense to chase this down, but that's not something you
South
associate.
Africa did in the end against Netherlands.
They did after being 3 for.
But they were 4 for 12.
Yeah,
4 for 12.
4 for 12. They put a partnership together.
If that
but I felt today in this innings it was easier to bat earlier on. So I think Babar and Mohammad Rizwan would be better served trying to make hay while the sun shines, which it is, we're glad to say. We shouldn't have any more problems with rain. Give you a quick run through the scorecard.
Before you do that, it was you who pointed out to me, wasn't it? There was 7 World Cup games between these two, 6-1 to India, every single game won by the chasing team.
Indeed. Well, it's a pretty sorry scorecard for India. Rohit Sharma caught Haris Rauf, bowled Shaheen Shah Afridi for 13. Virat Kohli caught Usman Khan, bowled Naseem Shah for 4. Rishabh Pant, an eventful innings, caught in the end by Babar off Mohammad Amir for 42. Naxar Patel, the pinch blocker, was bowled by Naseem Shah for 20. Now, at that point, India were 89 for 4 when Surya Kumar was out. So they were 85 for 3 after 11 overs, which seems like a perfectly reasonable platform. Then everybody started popping the ball up. Surya Kumar Yadav was caught. Mohammad Amir bowled Haris Rauf for 7. God damn these computers. Shivam Dubey was caught and bowled Naseem Shah for 3. Hardik Pandya was caught. Iftikhar Ahmed bowled Haris Rauf for 7. Ravindra, it is a tough one, isn't it? Ravindra Jadeja was caught first ball by Imad Wasim off Mohammad Amir for 0. Arshdeep Singh was run out the last wicket for 9. Jasprit Bumrah was also out first ball, caught Imad Wasim, bowled Haris Rauf. Mohammad Siraj batted as well as most, he was not out 7. And the happier bowling figures for Pakistan: Shaheen Shah Afridi 4 overs 1 for 29. Naseem Shah the pick 4 overs 3 for 21. Mohammad Amir 4 overs 2 for 23. Iftikhar Ahmed 1 over for 7. Imad Wasim 3 overs for 17. Haris Rauf 3 overs 3 for 21. Shut up Khan, not even required. So we will come back soon. Shall we do that? We'd want to go through.
I think so. Do you want to play a bit of podcast?
Yeah. Where does that live?
You need to go to the one on your right to find our website.
Which one would that be? We're behind the curtain again.
No, you just need to go to the where on the monitor to pull it. Do you want me to jump into?
Yeah, probably best.
I'll do that for you while you go and have a cup of tea, slice of sponge. Oh, it's not quite the same hospitality here, is it?
When it comes to creating your new kitchen, the right team matters, and Howdens is the trade's #1 choice. Working with you and your fitter, they ensure a quality job from start to finish. Get started with their free kitchen design service and choose from award-winning collections backed by a Trustpilot excellent rating of 4.7. Just book your free design, then Howdens will team up with your fitter or help you find one. Howdens, the UK's #1 trade kitchen supplier. Find out more at howdens.com. Verify at howdens.com/radio.
Want to have your voice heard?
Listeners, what are you most proud of this week? Hello, caller 1.
I moved into my first flat. Now I just need to find the kettle.
Great stuff. Hey, caller 2.
I nailed my coursework.
Amazing. Caller 3, you're on air.
I've registered to vote.
Nice one. The phones and socials are going crazy congratulating you. And they're all registering to vote too.
Register to vote by the 18th of June. It's quick and easy. Head to gov.uk/register to vote.
I am the same boat, and I like to do things fast. And now fast just got better. New Persil Wonder Wash.
The first detergent from Persil designed for the shortest cycles. It blasts away invisible dirt and sweat even in 15 minutes. Perfect for when your clothes just need a freshen up.
Better on odor, better on fragrance.
Buy Persil Wonder Wash now at your local supermarket. Versus leading Persil liquid in 15 minutes. Physical removal of stains and malodor compounds. Free sample while stocks last. T's and C's apply.
The Bishop and the Bear, the Bishop and the Bear, and to the delight of everyone, they are here to share jokes and rants and guests and things. Who knows what any fun they'll bring?
Not affiliated with the Mad Bishop and Bear pub at Paddington Station.
The Bishop and the Bear, bands beyond compare, buckets of savoir-faire, the Bishop and the Bear.
Well, hello, welcome back again to the Bishop and Bear. Gosh, exciting times. We've just come out of the IPL. We're just about to go into the World T20s. And then it won't be long for Test matches in the summer around the corner. What a time to be alive.
We had some decent weather to go with it though, eh, Tone? Jesus.
Well, it's not great as we look out the pub window, it's got to be said. However, there may not be sunshine here. There is sunshine on the smile of our guest today, because it is presenter and writer for Rev Sports. We used to work together writing for One Cricket when I was moonlighting away from Gorilla from time to time. It is the fabulous Gargi Rao. Hello Gargi, welcome to the Bishop and Bear.
Hi, thank you for having me. I was quite surprised when you messaged me and said that you'd like to have me on a podcast. I was always waiting for this, that first this is my first podcast.
This is your first one?
First podcast?
Yes.
Oh dear.
But you're always presenting them though. Whenever I've seen you, you're in front of the camera, introducing, interviewing, chatting to other people, you see.
But it's always me who's asking the questions.
Oh,
You don't ask me any questions.
today Vival asks the questions, so you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah.
But we'll see how well, the most important question for now is, what do you fancy to drink?
Let's get a gin and tonic.
Nice.
Gin and tonic. You, and I'll tell you who else always has a gin and tonic. It's our friend Anindo Dutta, author of Wizards, The History of Indian Spin Bowling, and a bunch of other things. So I think you possibly know. I know you've come across each other on various occasions. He always goes for a gin and tonic as well. Right. Well, let's sort of start chatting. I mean, I guess the first thing, we just want to know a little bit about you, because you used to play as well. You're a player as well as a broadcaster, aren't you? Have been.
Yeah. So I've played quite a lot of sports. I started with tennis, I believe, and then I went into badminton. I did a little bit of football, then table tennis, and rifle shooting as well. So I've done a few. Yeah, I don't know why I did that. I don't know why I played so many sports, but I was always, never in class, always on the field. So that's what I did in school mostly. And then I always loved playing cricket, in India, because cricket is such a, I don't know, it should be the national sport at this point, but every summer, every day, you'll find kids on random streets playing just cricket, nothing else. Any other sport I think would be very hard to find, very rare to find, but it's always cricket. And I used to play a lot with my cousins from the boys in my society and everything. Mm-hmm. So my mother at this point, I think I was in 8th or 9th grade, and my mother was forcing me to join a professional club, and I did not want to, because back then there wasn't much, women's cricket in India, and I honestly did not even know who the players were. So at that point, my mother practically forced me into joining a professional club, and I did. After, thanks to my mother, I'm now doing this, because if she hadn't, I wouldn't even be here. So I joined the club, and then I was good at it. I was surprisingly good at it. It wasn't surprising for me. It was surprising to the coaches, and when I started playing, I thought, well, this is going well. In the first 6 months, I made it to the state camp, the summer camp that they used to have. They used to have trials and everything. So I made it there, and it went super well. So I'm so sorry. There's an annoying drill sound because the house next to mine is getting something done. So.
That's right. The noise of the burble of conversation and general clinking of glasses in the Bishop and Bear will drown that out. Don't you worry.
Someone is in the bar with the chainsaw.
Yeah.
But anyway, where was I going with this?
You were talking about your cricket background.
Oh, right.
So we want to know: are you batsman or bowler? Batter. Oh Lord, get it right. Batter, bowler. What are you? What's your specialism? Batting all rounder.
Cool.
So I started and I did really well. Then I started playing for my state, and I was always someone who used to love reading and writing. I have a huge collection of books, so this is something I was always interested in. And while I was playing, I would also freelance for a few sports websites, and I would write about cricket. And after that, I had a horrible back injury. Then lockdown happened, so I was out of the sport for a year anyways. And suddenly it dawned on me, what am I doing sitting at home doing nothing, being a burden on my parents? And at that point, I just thought, I need to move. I need to do something. So I went on this manic spree on LinkedIn and started applying for any job that I could find. Sports writer, sports content writer, anything. And then I landed a job with One Cricket. So I started writing for them. And then I told them, well, you know what, I love writing, but I want to be in front of the camera. So they told me, you know what, okay, go on YouTube, do whatever you want. And then that led to me joining India Today, which is like one of the biggest media houses.
Yeah, no, we know that.
Yeah. So I did some, I was there for quite some time, but then it was really monotonous because I wanted to be on the field and not in the studio. So I called up Boria Mujumdar, and he's a wonderful person and who really believes in, sports journalism being something that has to be done on the field and not from the studio. So he really I believed in his vision, and his vision was also my vision actually, because that's what I thought as well. I needed to be on the ground. I needed to cover cricket, cover any other sport from the ground. So I joined Boria Ref Sports. I joined Ref Sports, and it's been going really well since then.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I've looked at Ref Sports, so let's let.
Well, and your prognostications proved quite correct.
Yep.
This wicket's become very hard to bat on.
As ever, they come back quick, don't they? Blimey. I was so bewitched by the dancing flight attendants.
That was the weirdest thing
Emirates.
I've ever seen.
It was the turbulence tango.
I certainly wasn't watching cricket. I was watching the final.
It was
a much better match.
Well, you missed. I think Emirates was the airline, and they were just. It was the interval entertainment was dancing flight attendants. It was bizarre. Anyway, 120 back at the cricket, and the less surreal world of dancing flight attendants. India are trying to defend a very low total. 119 they were bundled out for. Didn't even finish their overs here at the Nassau County Cricket Stadium.
Pathetic batting.
Well, yes. Let's see. I need to organise some imagery and some graphics here. Let's see.
Yeah. Against a set of very good bowlers, that was really poor batting.
So one shot there. It's a two-person zoom. Does that work? Yes, it does, and we're up and running. As indeed, I think is it Arshdeep Singh? It should be. It swings and it's driven sweetly away through cover and extra cover. It's not, though, going to make it to the boundary. Actually, didn't we see India start off in a very similar fashion with Virat Kohli? It's almost identical shot, really. It looked sweet, it looked perfect. It was, but it didn't make it to the boundary. So Mohammad Rizwan's off with a 3, and he will bring his partner Babar Azam on to strike. What we need to do is jingle up one or two players.
He doesn't, because he's a cricketer from Pakistan and he's a really good one. Thank you very much.
In comes the left armour, Arshdeep. Swings again, driven again. Is that one going to make it? That one was squarer away through cover. I don't think it is, No, it's going to be hauled in by Ravi Jadeja with his headband holding his hair back and his cool sort of skiing type sunglasses. So we've had 2 threes to start.
10.5 overs.
I don't think I've seen as many threes in T20 cricket as I have seen in this this ground. It's such a slow, sluggish outfield.
Did you hear my prediction?
Did I hear your prediction? What was that, Anindya?
Yes. 10.5 overs.
10.5 overs is what you think this is going to be done and dusted by. I don't know. It does tend to be easier to play earlier on with the balls coming off the bat quite quickly, so you could be right. That swings in, it's an inside edge.
Oof.
And is that going to be the first boundary? No, it's not. Shivram Dubé is the man who's down at long leg. And it will just be a single 7 without loss. Decent start though.
This would be the highest ever successful run chase in the stadium.
Oh, it would too. It would. Says everything you need to know. Well, 103.
It's not a particularly difficult pitch to bat on. I mean, all the three. Pretty opposite.
In comes Arshdeep Singh. Down leg. That'll be one more to the score. Well, it'll be a single taken, but off a wide, wasn't it? Which is even more peculiar. That looked wide to me.
It was a wide.
It was a wide. It was a wide, but they took a single as well. Yes. Well, India don't seem overly perturbed. Their win predictor has India at 15%. It has Pakistan at 85%, which is probably about right. Arshdeep Singh swings again, pushed by Rizwan towards mid-on. Doesn't score a run on this occasion. First dot ball, in fact.
The ICC would not mind a Pakistan win at all because it gives the prospect of a rematch in the finals.
India's not going to get anywhere near the finals. I told you before a few weeks ago. They're not even going to get to the
He's
never had the team to do it. They didn't pick the right team.
Adopting the persona of the pessimistic fan of insert country name. That one is just dabbed to backward point by Rizwan, no run.
No, but totally seriously, I mean, this is probably the one team that India should not have picked, and I think there are very few things that Indians are agreed on, and that's something Indians have been agreed on ever since the team was picked.
Well, okay.
It's not really going.
It's a bit like England's football team about to go into a tournament. Start off with a nice 1-0 home defeat to Iceland as a warm-up game, even though it was just a warm-up. It's hardly encouraging. That one is angled away by Rizwan, but straight to extra cover. Who has the ball in hand? Virat, that's who. Has a cheeky word with Babar Azam as he goes past him. Now, I'm sure those two know each other extremely well, and it means that at the end of the first over, Pakistan have put 9 on the board, and that's not at all a bad start when you are only chasing 120 messers.
Yeah, well, the dancers, such as they were, have drawn some attention. Mark Zip says, "Oh my God, the interval features dancers dressed as Emirates flight attendants, and they're showing us how to celebrate outs and sixes."
I think they were flight attendants pretending to be dancers, weren't they? I think you're being kind to say they were dancers.
Parrot Bedchel says, "There are Emirates air hostesses dancing in the ground. I really want to know what drug the organisers are on."
Well, I think we're all
Mark
of that thought.
says they're all on the drug of money.
Mohammad Siraj, he really needs to get a breakthrough. Not breakdown. We don't want him to have a breakdown. That's pushed past mid-on. Is that going to go all the way? It is, barely any kind of stroke, really. It was just a nudge from Barber. I thought it was going to be fielded at mid-on. It wasn't, and it's one of these.
There's not one boy for me. I must
drive,
have
really.
2 or 3. I need 4.
Poor fielding, though. Who was that at mid-on? An Indo? Because I really think he should have stopped that. Must have been reasonably firmly hit. That's edged, guided, in fact. They'll be past the man at slip, but down to third man. Arshdeep Singh is fielding there. They will take a single. And the score moves on to 14-5 off the first 2 balls of this Siraj over. None of which, of course, is surprising in the context of T20 cricket, but when you're only chasing 120, getting the runs on the board quickly can settle nerves. Or indeed create them with, as far as India are concerned. Rizwan is, well, he seems to be attempting to burrow his way several feet to the into the Long Island soil at the moment. And he's going to be facing Siraj. That's beaten him. That's a absolute screamer of a delivery. It missed everything in the end. How it didn't bowl him. It swung in, it moved away. We're going to have another look for you right now. Yeah, it cuts away, it beats the edge, it beats off stump, and it ends up in the gloves of Rishabh Pant. But you won't see better balls, or you'll see plenty of worse balls that take wickets, let's put it that way. They survive though, crucially for Pakistan. They won't want to lose early wickets. South Africa, remember, chasing a very low total with 12 for 4. That's dabbed to backward point. No run. And it's still 14 without loss. I'm not sure who I've jingled up and who I haven't. Don't think I've jingled... Oh, I have jingled up Rizwan, haven't I? No, I haven't.
I don't think you've jingled anybody.
Oh, I've done one of them. I just can't remember who. I'll jingle up Rizwan.
Everyone knows he's not hit so bold as he can hit the ball. Really quite far if the bowling so far, the runs are sure to flow. Oh, he bats and he keeps, and that's what the deal is.
That's whipped off his legs by Rizwan, but straight to mid-wicket. No run. What about Mohammad Siraj? We know he's got quite a entertaining jingle.
When you gotta fight your way from the streets, gotta find a way to land in your food. There's only one man who can save us now. Where's Mohammad Siraj?
5 off his first over. He's got one ball of it left to bowl. And Pakistan chasing 120 here in Nassau County. Oh, what? That's extraordinary. That is extraordinary. Right, I need to tell you exactly what happened there. It was pushed back to the bowler by Rizwan, who fell to the ground. Siraj thought there was a chance of a run out and threw it straight at the prone Rizwan. Who's worn it on the arm. They have a gentle word, and it seemed to be all very gentlemanly, and it was clearly an apology from Mohammad Siraj. And poor old Rizwan, who could not have done anything to get out of the way, just had the ball hurled at him from about 5 feet away.
If he had been a bit higher, he would have got the wicket. But,
well, yeah, I guess so. I think we should definitely have another look at that if we get the chance, rather than watch an ad.
It deflected off him and went down to the boundary, and he hopped up and ran the run without a bat. So he got a run for his trouble.
So he did get a run. It means at the end of the over he survived, a little bruised, and after 2 it's 15 without loss, and we're going to see a change of bowling, and it is the inimitable, although possibly much imitated, Jasprit Bumrah from a action perspective with a hyper extension of his arm. Where is he? I could play you his jingle if I could find it. He'll be here somewhere. Not that that's any help. Here he is.
And now that Monty Bumrah, oh, you're bowling again, aren't you? Oh, I thought as much.
Just economy rate of 6.5, which is pretty decent for a quick bowler in this format of the game. Bat is angled, guided away, backward a point by Rizwan. Jadeja goes chasing after it. They'll take a single. 2. They'll come back for 2, I beg their pardon. The score moves on to 17. And Jadeja, well, his headband has slipped right up to the top of his head. Looks like he's sort of wearing a... Well, I'm not quite sure.
A warm hat.
That one's wide of off. Oh, we're watching a series of replays. A variable, illustrating the variable bounce. Defended by Rizwan. That's smart work on his part. Doesn't need to do anything rash. Run rate is just not the issue of any kind as far as Pakistan is concerned. Variable bounce certainly might be. We're watching a whole montage of different examples of it. I mean, the ICC are going to have a very long, hard look at their strategy for creating this. That's an attempted pull away to mid-wicket by Rizwan, but he doesn't get anything on it, and it just drops down at his feet. So it's 2 dot balls for Bumrah on the back of the 2 off the first ball. 17 without loss. Cameras following Virat Kohli, who I don't even think was even the fielder.
Incidentally, I can tell you that Oman are 105 for 4 after 14 overs against Scotland.
Where's that game being played? Is that Dallas? Or is that one of the other American...
That's a good question. I shall tell you that.
In comes Bumrah. That is whipped away down to deep backward square. They will get just 1 because he connected with that pretty well. Shivam Dubé was the man down there.
It's been played in Antigua.
Oh, is it? So Scotland have hot-footed on it on a flight from the US. No, hang on. Of course. What am I saying?
No.
They were
in.
They were playing England in Bridgetown, weren't they? So they flown from Barbados to Antigua. Yeah.
The Group B is in.
These two country World Cups are confusing the life out of me. As Bumrah with his hop and his skip. And that is nicely guided by Barber down to third man. He'll get a single. Easy single too. 19 without loss. Oh, it was a drop. Good lord. That was a drop by Shivam Dubé. I didn't realise that. It was whipped away round the corner. Down towards Dubé it went. And it just went straight to him, and out it popped. Now, how costly has he dropped the World Cup? I think it's a bit early to say that, but it certainly won't have helped India's cause in this game. That's defended towards mid-off. It completes that bomber over just 4 off it, and he could have had a wicket, should have had a wicket, if Dubé had had his wits about him. As it is, after 3, it's 19 without loss for Pakistan, chasing 120 Messers.
Some helpful pronunciation tips from the Jersey jingler, Richard Peel. Says the Indian lads on my cricket team say that Dubé is pronounced like booby with a D.
Booby, so Doobie.
No, he's not.
Sorry.
Just think Frank Sinatra, as in Booby Doobie Doo.
Dubé.
Dubé.
Yeah, Dubé.
Dubé. Okay.
Siraj.
Michael Bedford says, I wonder what Ray Illingworth and Fred Truman would make of all those.
Siraj to continue. That's a drop as well, because it was smashed back at him by Barber. Siraj threw up his hands. The ball burst through them, and it's a dot ball. But in the space of 4 deliveries, we've had 2 real chances go down. It would be harsh to call that a drop. It was almost point blank range, but he did throw up his arms. The ball went through them. Sometimes they stick. That occasion it didn't. I mean, he had his head down and his arms up. It would have been pure luck, I suppose, had he held it. Pakistan survive again. 8 for Rizwan, 9 for Barber, who is on strike. The Indian crowd here will be on the edge of their seat. They have a slip in place as Siraj is giving it all he's got, trying to restrict these 2 openers. That's just pushed to mid-wicket. It's another dot ball. It was South Africa here. It took a long time, didn't they, to haul in the Netherlands total. And they're not the only one. Someone else was in a chase here that took them forever to finally get to. I can't remember who it was. Run scoring on this ground is,
South Africa against Sri Lanka.
Yeah, run scoring on this ground is not easy. Big boundaries, slow outfield, a wicket that can be unpredictable, to be kind. Siraj in, worked off his legs by Barber, just backward of square. They stroll a single. And the score, they did stroll a single. Come on, Mr. Score, that's it. Didn't they? It was a leg by, in fact, but it was still a single. And I'm not quite sure what that Indian gentleman is signalling at me. I'm assuming it's not what he, not the way I would interpret it is not what he intended. I would rather hope. 20 anyway. The 20's up for Pakistan. 100 left for them to score. Maths on that is easy enough as Siraj comes over the wicket. That's pushed out to mid-wicket by Rizwan. There is no run. 7 times in World Cups these teams have played each other. It was mainly play each other in World Cups, of course, based on the political differences between the nations. 6 of them won by India, just the one by Pakistan. That was in 2021 in the UAE. I think on that occasion, wasn't it these two, in fact, who chased down 185 without loss to win by 10 wickets? It was these very two.
It was the first time Pakistan had defeated India in a ICC tournament.
Indeed. The first time, of course. Well, we'll hold that thought for a second as we wait for Siraj, who bowls to Rizwan, who defends him just down towards that man at for short third. And there's no run. First time was 2007, I think, at Kingsmead. Went to a super over before India won that. Well, it wasn't even called. It was called a bowl off at the time, wasn't it? It wasn't even called a super over. And then, of course, the same two teams met in the final. India won that at the Wanderers by, I think, 5 runs. It was pretty close, if my memory serves. And I don't think, Anindo, they've won an ICC tournament since, have they?
In India?
Yeah.
Yeah, 2013 championship.
Oh, that one. They don't play anymore. As
2011 ODI World Cup.
Oh, right. Okay, fair enough. Pushed away in towards mid-wicket. It's a dot ball. It's 21 without loss after 4. And, well, I guess without loss is the key stat there as far as Pakistan are concerned. Messers.
I should say the Champions Trophy is still going. It'll be on next year. Whether it's in Pakistan or the Emirates is a moot point. Mick Tyler says, can we have more Oman Scotland updates?
Oh, we can.
Oman just lost a wicket. They're 114 for 5 after 15.4. Or after 16 now. Leah says, it's more than 2 countries, Tony. The Confederation of the West Indies dissolved in 62.
It did.
Oh, pedanticism is a...
No, I don't know. I think Leah has a fair point there. Barbados now counts as a nation, doesn't it? I mean, quite a few do, so you're absolutely right.
Oh, yeah.
Jasprit Bumrah, he's going to bowl his second over. He's going to bowl it to Mohammad Rizwan. Once of Sussex, briefly. Enjoyed his time there, batting with Pujara, of course. That one is whipped away nicely, but he'll stroll an easy single. That's pretty much all they need to do. They do not need to take risks. They do not need to do anything silly. They can just work the 1s and 2s and keep their wickets intact. But the temptation is so often there to try and get the job done quickly. To ease those nerves. They don't need to do it, but it can happen.
Watching from the stand.
Bumrah in. Up onto his toes goes Barber, but pushes it really straight towards cover. It's another dot ball, so just the 1 off the over so far.
But India has 2 players in its extended squad who should definitely have been in this one. So Rinku Singh is one.
Yeah.
Shubman Gill.
Was that who we were seeing on the screen just now?
Yeah.
In comes Jasprit Bumrah. That's hauled high and handsome and all the way down towards deep mid wicket for 4 of the finest. And if you are counting, it's the 332nd 4 of the tournament. Is that really? Has it really been that? I'm surprised. I mean, if it had been the IPL, I'd say only 334. But I mean, actually, that's more than I might have thought. That's edged taken. India have the breakthrough. It was a most extraordinary shot from Barber. I think he was trying just to dab it down into the ground. Instead, he dabbed it to a brilliant diving slip. And India have an all-important breakthrough. They needed that. They needed to disrupt these two. These were the two who saw Pakistan home in 2021 in the UAE in the World T20 there. But they've broken this now. Are they Rod Tucker and Richard Illingworth are having a conflab here? They're going to have another look at it. Are they thinking it may not have carried? Are they thinking the ball may just have been grounded?
I doubt it.
No one seemed to be in any doubt to me.
Yeah.
Least of all the batsman or the fielder. They were the two who normally know more than anyone else. Chris Gaffney is the third umpire. Let's have a look. The dive is... that's cleanly taken to me. That looks straight into the hands of first slip.
Fine.
And I think the original decision of Rod Tucker will be upheld.
Yeah.
Who was it who took the catch? Out, indeed.
Yeah, it was Sky.
It was who, sorry? Shreyas
Sky.
Iyer. Oh, Sky, Sirikuma. Okay. What does he have on the back of his shirt then?
Surya.
Oh, Surya, and that was the A I could see. That was why. Well, Babar Azam's gone. He's gone for 13. India have their all-important breakthrough. After 4.4 overs, the score is 26-1.
It's interesting, isn't it? It doesn't sound too bad, but things can change very quickly.
Well, a couple of quick ones, and all of a sudden, just gets a little bit sneaky. Usman Khan is the new batsman, the right-hander. He's going to have just 2 balls of this Bumrah over to face. We saw 2 golden ducks in the Indian innings as they did collapse in something of a heap. Let's see what sort of nick Usman Khan has been in. Well, I'll tell you in a minute. That's beaten his outside edge. Terrific delivery from Bumrah. A prod and a miss by Usman. Let's see if we can find the lad. Usman Khan, what's he been doing recently? He made 3 against the USA. Off 3. Not exactly spectacular. And he only played well. He did make 38 at the Oval before succumbing to Liam Livingstone in one of the 2 defeats against England. In comes Bumrah. That's a fantastic ball. Bumrah thinks he may have got his man. No, says Rod Tucker. Rohit. No, I don't think they're going to review. No, it's the end of the over. It's 26-1. 2 terrific balls to finish. India have got their wicket in that final of the 5, and Andy Ward is going to come in. He will be joined by 2 people in the waiting room I need to let in. Do you want to let him in?
I don't need letting in. I'm already here. While they're farting around, Jay's with us. Hello, Jay. Tony, life confuses the life out of you. Think you're right there, mate. Michael Bedford says, bowl off, why not call it a balls up? Yeah. Well. Super over is what it's called now.
Yeah, but the bowl out was a different thing. It was without a batsman.
Oh, really?
Yes. You just see who hits the stumps most times. Oh yeah,
That's insane.
I'm not making it up. That one's played up to mid-off for no run.
But a professional bowler surely just kept hitting the stumps.
Well, you would think.
What?
I'm sure people can confirm.
I must watch that on YouTube somewhere.
Should be on there somewhere. Andy is about to join us, I think. That one was played up to mid-off for no run. Andy, have you got pictures? Can you give us some comms?
He's on mute. He's off mute.
I'm here now, guys.
He's demuted.
Just hopefully I've got same timing as you guys, but I'm using my phone this time, so hopefully that might be a bit better.
We can work around you. It's not a problem.
Yeah. No, it's just on the last stint. It's almost my stint anyway, but it was just It's pretty hard work. So.
Oh, got a canine friend there.
See, here's Hardik, and look, they're going to head out to the boundary. Yeah, my feed's not going to work, I don't think. Again, I don't want to kind of ruin the commentary here.
That was a 6.
It was a big 6 over long off. Well, try stick with it to the end of the over, and then we'll see how you're doing. You can always stay with us to summarise if you haven't quite got the live pictures.
Here's Hardik again, bowling this time to Rizwan, and he just worked that one round the corner where Surya Kumar does the fielding. 17 Rizwan, that brings Usman onto strike.
I think Pakistan just needs someone to get a sort of composed 40 off 35 here, and that should be enough to get them home. Batsman's got it on the hand, not the first time today. He's rubbing his hand on the wicket to try and do something to
Does that cure it?
I don't know, he needs some magic spray, I think.
Not magic dirt.
Well, some people have come on to give some moral support. Hit him on the bottom hand, yeah. Quite a painful one by the looks of it.
I've said this before, with all the technology that we have in sport these days, surely someone can come up with something for cricket gloves that makes them so you don't get hurt.
A more resistant glove. Yeah.
Something, we've got, oh God, cycling, everything's carbon fibre, you've got wireless gear changing now, you've got aero socks. Surely someone in the cricket world can come up with something.
Yeah, but you have to maintain that flexibility, though.
Yeah, but you'd have thought, I don't know. Maybe you just can't do it.
Yeah, it's a great. Look at the way that. Come back to that. Here is Hardik, and this one is down the leg side, is it? I think, and there's a stifled. In fact, it's called wide.
Yeah, too high. Yeah.
Wide. But yeah, I agree with gloves. Really good point. There's been so much change in, things like helmets, and pads have evolved a lot, bats have evolved a lot. But have gloves actually changed at all in the last 30 or 40 years?
They don't have those spikes anymore.
No, they all fairly average, weren't they? It's Hardik. And it was Mark with a single off that ball from Hardik. So that's one more to come in this over.
I bought a pair of those once from a newsagent's when I was a kid.
Can't imagine they lasted too long.
No, pick-up games on the local sort of, not on the cricket pitch, but near the forest, and it was like they were bloody lethal.
Surprised anyone was wearing gloves.
No one wore a box.
Again, and this one's just played into the covers. That will be the end of the over. So after 6, at the end of the power play, is 35 for 1. Pakistan chasing, of course, 120 to win this match.
Well, Rough Turn 49's come up with an idea for the gloves. He says chainmail.
Yeah, again, not sure if you can get the subtlety on the bat with a chainmail glove.
Might be a bit heavy. And Steve Shipcott would like to. Can we have the Super Shotter jingle sometime? It's my granddaughter's favourite.
I'll see what I can do.
I think I know the one he means.
Andy, I think let's swap roles here. I think it might be better if you
okay.
Call it. It's not seeing the picture clear enough. It's just
I've been there. So that is the end of the power play. Pakistan are 35 for 1. Is that Hardik coming in to bowl the 7th? Let's have a look. No, it's Siraj. Siraj is coming back. He quite often bowled Jadeja in the 7th, so India may be also thinking seam is the way to go. That one's punched up to mid-off for a single. Pakistan only bowled 4 overs of spin in their innings, Andy, and Shadab Khan didn't bowl at all.
Yeah, there's something I was going to mention when I was on commentary, but he's a bit out of form as well, Shadab. I think that's... I read an article on Cricket Info from the Pakistan correspondent, and he said, Shadab's barely justifying the all-rounders tag at the moment.
He's
so might also be
doing more as a batsman then, yeah. He's been batting 5. I should think we'd have Fakar next and then Shadab at 5 probably. Usman's on strike for the moment. Siraj is in, has a bit of a flash. It came in on him, cramped him up, through to the keeper for no run.
I think also India here are just in search of another wicket, so they will. And then the reason when I was on commentary earlier, I said how Pakistan would be relatively happy. Obviously, they were a lot more happier after that, and I just think from India's perspective now, they just need wickets.
They do, and Jadeja in particular is more of a defensive bowler. That's a bit of a paddle pull by Usman, but he gets it out to deep square and he'll pick up a single.
This is really frustrating not being able to see this proper speed, but I'll do my...
Yeah, we'll cobble it together between us, I think. But do you think India? Do you think India have to take all 10 wickets, or can they restrict Pakistan to fewer than that?
Well, they can restrict them, but taking wickets is probably the best way of doing that.
Sure. And that one got up a bit as well, and Rizwan has done well to fend it off. May have got another. Yeah, he did. Got blow on the other hand for his trouble. He'll be gripping the bat. He'll be limping with both hands.
Off comes the gloves.
I think that's the other hand. I think he got the bottom hand, the one before. You've got to tough it out on wickets like these. We saw Rohit retired hurt, which was maybe a more precautionary thing in the previous game against Ireland. And while the wicket isn't playing quite as dangerously as it did in that game, it's still substandard for an international wicket, for a World Cup wicket in particular.
Some sad news on the sporting front. I'll break off.
Has a bit of a flash at that one, and the keeper goes for a run out, which goes past the stumps. So just really had a fence at that one, Usman. He's struggling to get to grips with this wicket. 2 off 7.
Alan Hansen is seriously ill in hospital, apparently.
I did read that today. Yeah.
Captain Scarlett.
Here's a question for you: which club did he play for before Liverpool?
Scotland. I'm going to hazard a guess at Partick Thistle.
Do you know what? I actually just can't remember now. I read the story
I posed
earlier.
a question without. Perhaps someone can look that up for us.
You're right, Andy.
Oh, score. Yeah. Well, I was a Liverpool fan at that age. Played down to third man by Usman. He gets another single. It's the end of the over. It's 38 for 1.
So Dave Woods joined in and said chainmail gloves is the answer. Convince me I'm wrong. I just think there might be a bit of a thing with weight and manoeuvrability, let's say.
Gripping the bat, yeah.
Yeah. And chainmail inside the glove?
I wonder if you could put some sort of fiberglass, mesh on one side or the other. But at the end of the day, you've got a leather ball thudding into your hands at 90 miles an hour. It's going to be difficult.
It is. Yeah.
The other piece of technology we haven't talked about is box technology.
Well, they've moved on a bit since David Lloyd's day. They don't have holes in them anymore. Swept by Usman down to deep backward square, because India have made the change we were suggesting. Despite the need for wickets, they think this man's the man to get them.
Of all the things that controlled your day.
No, go ahead.
I was just saying the thing that's probably gone through the most innovation is actually the stumps.
Stumps and bails, yeah.
Sod the players. Just get the stumps and the
Get the
bales
stumps going.
lit up.
Well, Jadeja's got his reflecting glasses, you know, which you wouldn't have seen 30 years ago. Rizwan having a good look around the field. You may at least feel his thumbs are in a bit less danger from Jadeja. Punches that one out to cover and there's no run.
The box is still just made of plastic, Andy. What's
Pretty much, yeah. I don't know, you know, certainly I don't know if you can get super professional boxes. I really honestly don't know. Plays that one into the leg side. Jadeja is after it. They'll get a single.
Having walked just a few days ago, I can confirm they're still made of plastic.
And I assume now at the village level that the communal box is no longer a thing.
Is no longer a thing. That one has probably, thankfully, bitten the dust. Tips that one around the corner to get another single. Yeah, you wouldn't want to put one of those inside your pants. No.
Pirate Badshaw says Zing gloves, the next big thing. You heard it here first.
Yeah, you wouldn't need the ultra edge. You could just see if it had hit them. But if you were batting, you'd take the battery out. Drops down to the leg side, but the keeper is around quickly and prevents the run. So 3 singles from this over so far. No real threat of a wicket though.
Yeah, well and truly on target in terms of maintaining wickets, keeping the scoreboard going along, not at a lightning rate, but at a reasonable rate.
Yep, it's fine for now. They get another single off that last ball. The over's gone for 4. It's 42 for 1 off 8.
Messi Jez tells us that Oman finished on 150 for 7.
That'd be an interesting one. I mean, Scotland are really in a good position if they can win that game. They can, you know, put the pressure on England to win their last 2 games.
Is it going to go to run rate?
Well, if Scotland win this game, then that's the best England can do.
Wow.
Because Scotland will already have 5 points and England only have one with 2 games left. A bit of a dilemma for Scotland, whether to make sure they get those or try to push the run rate. Hardick's going to come back, so Mohammad Rizwan's gloves are in danger once again. See what he can do. Back of a length, played down there. Whoa, could be a run out here. And the fielder's almost... Goodness me. Usman came down the track and he was... I think Hardick could have a bit of a case for obstruction there. The ball was in between the batsman and the bowler. He did seem to me to sort of step in front of the bowler and sort of hold him up from getting the ball. I'd have appealed that in a World Cup game. But India surprisingly don't seem too bothered. I think Matthew Wade would have had a few words to say about that.
It might also created quite a few, let's say, political tensions.
It's true, yeah, but honestly, I thought the batsman was a bit out of line there. Manages to shovel that one down to deep fine leg for a single. He'll probably argue he was just trying to get out of the way. We're not getting another look immediately. Getting another look at that awful drop from Shivam Dubey. He's trying to help us out by making sure he never gets picked again, I think.
Yeah.
Usman is back on strike. 43 for 1. Target is 120. Usman down the track and whacks it over cover. He's put it in the gap. That's a lovely shot. He put it over the man short and into the gap on the offside. And someone wanted the super shot jingle, didn't they? Let me see if I can find that.
Yeah, it's for
maybe you meant the one that goes, "That was a super shot."
That's Steve Shipcott's granddaughter's favourite jingle.
I'm not sure if that was the one you meant. The best I can find. Anyway, here's Hardick again. Onto the pads, clipped away nicely into the gap. We get at least 2 here. Fielder is around Axar, and they should get a comfortable 2. Now, Andy, given that Pakistan basically stuck with the seamers, and India need wickets. Can you see much of a role for Axar in this innings?
Oh, you just read my mind actually. I was just thinking that before he hasn't had a bowl yet.
Also,
it comes down to they need the wicket. If they're not taking wickets, then they're going to have to give their left arm spinner a bowl. I would have thought.
yeah, that one's pulled around to Axar again at deep square. Perhaps like Shadab Khan, he's going to end up playing as a batsman. He went in 4, of course, during the Indian innings. And it did seem to me in that innings that it just got more and more difficult to bat as it went on, so they ended up putting Axar in when it was easier. Hindsight's a wonderful thing. The ball really only started popping in that second half of the innings.
But there hasn't really, I mean, apart from the couple that Rizwan has had on the hands, you wouldn't say they've looked in a lot of trouble. There hasn't been too much threat to the outside edge yet.
Slower ball from Hardik, and it's again tipped into the leg side. They'll get 1, and that was a good over for Pakistan. They got 9 from it without too much trouble at all.
So Chief Wardo has messaged us saying, I filled in for my old club while I was back in Oz last summer.
That's your first mistake.
I borrowed a teammate's spare box. I washed it and went to hand it back, and he thought about it for a moment and said, nah, you keep it.
Yeah.
Yeah, you would, wouldn't you? You can have
Very
that, mate.
Good. And wash it though. I mean, that's going over and above, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, and that was the one, Andy. Steve Shipcock says, thanks, guys.
Oh, good.
Happy granddaughter now.
Good. Yeah. Right, Jadeja's going to continue, whatever we think. Bowl the 10th over. Pakistan needs 69 off 66. With 9 wickets left, which usually would be a walk in the park, but maybe not on this surface. He cuts that one. It's 1 bounce to short third man. I don't think... No, they did get a run.
It's what makes commentating off radio difficult, off TV difficult, when you just don't see what's happened.
Not quite, no. That one's punched out to deep point. Again, just a single. I think the batsman may have considered 2 there, but especially in the circumstances, no real need to risk a run out.
Rizwan doing a very good job here, just keeping his wicket intact.
Keeping it ticking over. He has a fence at that one. Pant completely unnecessarily destroys the stumps. Batsman never lifted his back foot. Jadeja's in again, and again it's slightly short. It's tipped back again. Jadeja not too well. He's having a smile, but it looked as if the batsman cut him off a little bit. But there was no danger of a run out that time. Jadeja, as ever, getting through the over quickly. Rizwan chops it into the offside. There'll be no run again. So Jadeja is at least keeping it quiet. He's only gone for 6 off 11 balls.
We have a change coming, don't we, after this ball?
We do. Do you think India really have any chance from here, Andy? Down the track comes Rizwan before you let us know on that one, and he hits a 1 bounce 4.
Well, I was just going to say, bowling a couple of very tight overs is one way of creating pressure, but then it's obviously relieved with that last ball. So, yeah, 57 for 1, and basically halfway there after 10 overs. I mean, it's absolutely Pakistan's match to lose now.
100%.
Thank you very much.
100%. Thank you, Andy. We'll see you again.
Thank you, Andy. Missy, pretty much up to date, mate. Sort of.
Excellent. Thanks for that, Nestlers. You can get back to the race now.
or the tennis, or whatever you want. Yeah.
The tennis is over. Tennis is over.
Well, we're going to have a drinks break. While Tony disinfects everything that he was using before anyway, as we were talking about. You see, you needed some of that spray when you're borrowing someone's box.
Has he disinfected your box, Andy?
Yeah, I hope so, yeah.
You need industrial strength.
You're more than you know.
Oh, dear gosh.
Well, now then,
in answer to your question, Andy, I do think that India still have a chance here.
Yeah,
Pakistan have been struggling to score And the truth is, after half the overs, they've only got half the runs.
Well, look at the
honestly,
power
I
plays.
think they'll be perfectly happy with that.
If you take, what was it? If you look at the power play scores, India were 50 for 2, weren't they? Pakistan
India
35
were
for 1.
probably well ahead at
So-
hashtag at this stage. It's just the last 7 overs of their innings were a complete car crash.
Yeah, it was that collapse at the end, and Pakistan will be acutely aware of that, and they don't want to go the same road. Although they've already attempted a comedy run out.
Yes, but we haven't really seen them. We haven't. Well, again, the ball didn't seem to start to pop up until about 12 overs into that first innings. Maybe it will again. Pakistan will be hoping their batsmen have sort of taken the lessons from that and won't play any half shots. But it's easier said than done. You're going for a shot and then the ball stops on you and then you can't help pulling out, can you? Axar is going to bowl, so we'll give him a jingle. He is here. Short and to the point. So implications for this group will be interesting.
Well, I mean, in some ways, India don't have an awful lot to lose if they lose this game, do they?
Well, here's the thing. Jadeja comes in again, and it's into the pads. It's not a bad shout. Rishabh likes it. Oh, Axar, sorry, but yes, I agree, Tony. It did seem to be just going down the leg side with the arm. But India need wickets, and they've got 2 reviews. Yeah, they're going to have a go, but I wouldn't think so.
Yeah.
But the implications in the group are, if India win today, and if the USA beat Ireland, and if Pakistan win their remaining games.
If you can keep your head when all about them are losing
well,
theirs.
indeed. But what it would boil down to is a 3-way tie on 3 wins each, and all coming down to run rate.
It would indeed.
You mean if Pakistan beat
That's
India?
closer than we might have given it credit for, you know.
They have to win this game first, yes.
Because he's right on the back foot.
Yeah.
Do you know what it might be? Yeah. He's on the back. It's hit him in front of middle. A little bit leg side of middle. That could be hitting leg stump.
And that would certainly put a little spring in India's step if they can
put a spanner
winkle one of these
in
two
the
out.
Pakistan works, yes.
Axar's yet to fail to take a wicket in games at this ground.
Well,
He's taken one in the warm-up game, then he took one against Ireland.
Usman is the batsman under threat. He's out.
He's gone. Yeah.
Good gone.
Smacking leg stump. So we both got that one wrong. But so did the umpire, so you can't really blame us all that much. So
that's Barry McCarthy and Usman Khan in his bag. From New York to take home. Some people buy a Statue of Liberty.
Yep, he's
model.
got a little model of
he's
those
got
two
he's
batsmen.
got those two to put in his suitcase.
Right, well, no surprises. The number 4 bat, a man who's not going to hang around, is this guy.
Opens the batting for Pakistan. Slow left arm bowling if that's in your plan. I'm waiting for some man.
Keeps it interesting, doesn't it?
Does.
It's
yeah.
not
That
cut and dried.
opens up an end, and as I say, Fakhar is a boom or bust kind of batsman.
I mean, I know traditionally you look at the back end of an innings and you say 10, and then what do you do? Sort of double it or multiply? You have a multiplication you apply to
honestly,
where you are.
I
But
think in T20 you really look at 10 and over in the back half of the innings, but
not here.
Not here.
Not
no.
at this ground, and not
here.
with this kind of pressure.
You're gonna. I think the run rate they're looking for is only about 6.5. Axar coming in to Fakhar Zaman, who has a sweep, and it's going to go out to deep square. We'll get one, just the one.
Good aggressive start.
Yeah, I think Fakar is going to be boom or bust, and there's maybe no harm in that, because if you can get a quick 25 or 15, it eats a big chunk out of this total to chase.
Which is what, down to about 50,
60
odd,
60 odd, yeah.
isn't it?
64.
Once it gets under
63.
50, it looks a lot, somehow psychologically, that looks a lot less than 60 something.
Should do. 62 from 58 is what it is. Rizwan clips that into the leg side, and they'll get a single.
They need to run intelligently as well, though. It's not just which is they have been doing. Well, not always, but
have you met
it's
Pakistan?
I was about to say yes. But this, of course, is Pakistan. He didn't let me finish.
Well, that I think is the order of the day of the spin against the spinners. So he tried to work the ball around, but Fakar Zaman doesn't care about that. He smashes it over the top, sits his second ball for 6. He literally doesn't care.
2, 4, 6.
Well, I would always say to my the teams I would captain in these kind of situations, there's 2 ways you can bat on a bad wicket. You can grind it out and try to get them in edges and extras, or you can just go for it, and a quick 20's worth 50 on another day. And Fakar Zaman's going with plan B, I think. Plays that one out to cover though, and there's no run.
Emergency ward, plan B.
Yep. Down the track, he didn't really get to it, but
90 metres there, it's a big old hit on it in any ground.
He stuck his bat through it, certainly. Works that one into the leg side, and he'll get another single. I think evidently taking the commentator's view, which I might not disagree with too much for once. So you've got a 6 off that over, just tip a couple of singles.
Yeah.
Keeps him up ahead of the rate.
Is a good strategy on this pitch too. If you go the right way. Some batters seem to have quite frequently used their feet and gone a long way past the ball recently.
We've seen this chap a few times. Have you noticed he's a Pakistan fan, quite clearly, but he always does the Billy Bowden crooked finger 6 signal whenever one is scored.
Well, that's because he's such an international legend.
International legend that was Billy Bowden. Run a ball exactly is where we now stand. 54 off 54.
Run a ball is what they have and what they need.
Very true.
Completist.
Just keep it going then.
Right, Arshdeep is back. It's flicked off the pads, and that's going to be 4 more. I think he's just got a fine face of the bat on that, and yet Fakar isn't going to die wondering.
And that sea of blue earlier, all of a sudden, they seem to have found a lot of green.
Yes.
Appeared.
Yeah, not too good from Arshdeep. A nice shot from Fakar, and again, it just speaks to being ready to play his shots. He's got a high backlift. If the ball's in his slot, he's going to have a go. He defends that one out to cover, and there's no run. But I think it's a lot about not letting the wicket get into your head and being ready to play a shot when the ball's there.
The ITV
plea from Mark Sipp says prophylactically, please don't tell us about the race. Some of us are taping it for viewing after the cricket.
About the
all
what?
I can say is there is a race on somewhere in one of the hemispheres at this moment. That's all I'm
It's probably
Formula One race.
Brum Brums, yeah. Oh, slightly aerial from Fakar, but he was just I think that was a slower ball than up from Arshdeep rather than a sign that the wicket's going to pop. Yeah, I think so. And that one's just squeezed in front of point for a single. All happening on the American continent today.
It is rather, isn't it? I mean, whichever way you look at it, and I know the whole setup's had some struggles in quality of wickets, but it's a brave effort to really get cricket adopted over here. They pushed the boat out. They've taken some risks.
Yeah, they may not pay off.
They may not, but they've certainly got a very decent attendance here today.
Well, you'd hope so for this one. Arshdeep comes in, played back to him, and there's no run.
This is the one that brings home the bacon for the ICC.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't get people in for India-Pakistan, you better go home.
Let's have a look at the other. Where's Oman at the moment? Scotland won without loss
yeah.
in the first over. 5 balls though, so again, not quick scoring by any manner of means.
Oman could do England a bit of a favour today. That's the situation England have put themselves in. Arshdeep again chopped down by Rizwan and bounced maybe even over the off stump. Wasn't what he meant, certainly.
Mayank says Indian fans want to believe now.
They're still only 8% on win predictor though.
For once, that's about right.
Well, it was 15 at the start. So I suppose, yeah, if you only need 49 or 49, then you really got to. And you've only lost
India
2.
would be hoping to have 4 wickets by this point. Arshdeep's in. It's swung down to long leg. They'll get a single. Well, we were at a book.
Yeah, and if they can get a couple of wickets in the next 2 overs.
Well, that's what they need. They need the old Jeffrey boycott, add 2 wickets to the score. We were in the same room as Sir Jeffrey the other night. We went down for the night watchman quiz, and he was doing a talking through his book and stuff.
Annie was there for that, wasn't she? Am I right?
Yes,
Yeah,
got
I thought
herself
she was.
front and centre for a picture. Yes.
With Sir Jeffrey.
Yep.
Oh, I don't know. Some people do anything.
I think she said something like, he is what he is, or something suitably profound. Well, there's your group. USA top, of course.
And India with quite a healthy run rate after that win over Ireland.
But USA
Big
top.
Ty says, Axel won't get a bowl. Oh, gets a wicket first ball.
Yep. Hardick's in again. That's a little bit slower. Tipped into the leg side. Again, having words with Rizban, although it may not have been that jovial, actually. Or they're doing that yeah, smiling at each other thing that people do in pubs and so on just before they fight.
Has Hardik Pandya just put on a pound or 2? Or is that
he
my
might.
imagination?
He might have done, yeah.
He's still looking fuller of cheek these days. Facially, I mean. Just to be clear.
Doesn't have a fast bowler's cheek just yet. Now he's into Fakar down the track again, skews one, it's Rishabh Pant's under it, almost trips over the helmet, but I think he's got it. I think he's taken it, yep. Fakar was there for a good time, not a long time, but you know, they're still valuable runs. And the only problem Rishabh Pant had scurrying back to take that catch was would he trip over his own helmet on the ground. He didn't, and that is out.
That makes it a little bit more interesting.
Well, if it's had 2 wickets to the score, you're 50% of the way there.
Yep.
If you can get another one quickly, then nerves do kick in.
So Hardik with the breakthrough.
Vasco de Braccio is asking who of the Guerrilla Cricket Zoological Society is actually in Nassau County. If there is anybody, I want to bring you drinks and snacks. Well, Mayank is.
He's already got some snacks.
He's getting free snacks. He's not getting any booze, but he's getting free snacks because he's paid about $6 million to sit in his seat.
Oh, he's not gone diamond level. He's sub-diamond.
He's not rubbing shoulders with Ganguly, was it, he was saying?
Yeah, I think so. Oh, we got a bit of Imad Wasim.
It is. The Welshman.
Brought in for this one.
Yeah.
Yep. Played for Glamorgan.
Imad Wasim. Imad Wasim. Imad Wasim. Imad Wasim. Imad Wasim. Imad Wasim. Imad Wasim.
Well, talking about my 2 plans, Rizwan's certainly going with plan A. He's on 30 or 41. He's trying to stay there and just knock it about and keep them more or less up with the rate. But Hardik is into Imad, who taps it into the leg side. Rizwan sends him back. But this could also be a cheap over that India need to just apply a little bit of pressure.
Made a decent-ish 22 at the Oval before falling to Archer, did Imad Wasim. It's from Swansea, isn't he?
Yep.
Didn't really have to bat much against New Zealand or Ireland in the previous 2 series for
And
Pakistan.
he didn't play against the USA, I don't think.
No, he didn't. So England was his last game. He was fresh in for this one.
47 off 45.
Came in for Azam Khan.
Yes. I don't think we'll be seeing again. Sent off to Fat Camp with Johnny Bairstow.
Who I don't think we'll be seeing again.
I think we shouldn't see Bairstow again, but I think we will. That one's played down the wicket. The bowler lets it go because there's going to be no run.
Oh dear.
I don't think England are ruthless enough to make these changes mid-tournament. However,
You might change the order though. You might drop Johnny B down a bit and push Harry Brook higher.
He'd be even worse.
I think actually, Bairstow should really be opening. If
I was going to say, if you want to put him in the team, that's the only place he's really going to score runs.
Didn't he open for who was his
generally
franchise this year in the IPL?
Sunrisers, I think. Yeah.
Was it Sunrisers?
Was it Sunrisers? I think so.
No, I don't think it was this year.
Maybe it wasn't.
Because they did. Not because of that, but they did do. They had a pretty decent year this year, didn't they? Sunrisers got to the final.
Bounced in front of the wicket keeper, kept low again. We're starting to see that uneven bounce. Imad had a fish at it outside off stump.
What is noticeable is that there seems to be less sand coming up as the ball bounces. Oh no, sorry, I tell a lie. I think they've just coloured the sand a bit darker.
Yeah, paint the sand green, that's all they've done.
I just saw the replay and realised I was talking through my eyes.
Well, this is the over India needed. Got a wicket, only a couple of runs. Only one run, in fact, and one ball to go. Hardick's going to come round the wicket this time. Angling into the stumps. Cut down to backward point. There'll be no run.
One run and a wicket. That, as you rightly say, is very much the over they needed.
With reference to the race that shall not be mentioned, Dave Wood says, is that the race where Nigel Mansell just won ahead of Senna and Frost, or am I a bit behind here?
I think you must be a long way behind.
And the Paul Bot says, not to spoil it for Mark Zip, but the human race is fucked. That's spoiler alert.
You hear refreshingly little from Nigel Mansell these days compared to many sporting figures. Yeah.
Didn't he become a traffic policeman on the Isle of Man or something? I think he did for a while.
Rings a bell.
I believe he did.
Poacher turned gamekeeper, isn't it? Give Nigel Mansell gives you a speeding ticket.
Well, for years after Sterling Moss retired, I mean, if you ever stopped for speeding, it was always, who do you think you are, Sterling Moss?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Brown in Brisbane says he's back again. Can Tech Tony please fix the YouTube screens?
Oh yeah, you just need to do that.
Yep.
Hang on a moment. Why is it Tech Tony who's not actually in the Tech driving seat at the moment?
This time, yeah.
I take objection to that. Exception, rather.
Hits the thigh pad. They're going to get through for a quick leg by, but comfortably enough.
You missed the dramas of earlier. Literally nothing worked, and Bear had to reboot the whole thing. It was nothing to do with me. I swear to God, he plants.
You did swear
booby
quite
traps.
loudly.
Again. You didn't chuck anything this time.
I didn't throw anything. No, I just about managed to. Well, be fatalistic about it this time. You just know it's going to happen.
Well, good economy.
Dear. Scotland have just lost a wicket. They're 21 for 1 after 3 overs.
Chasing, remind us, 130 odd.
Well, England fans should be saying
151 is the target.
England fans should be saying, "Oh, good," and not just because of usual rivalry. That's a very bonus runs for Imad as he has a flash against Arshdeep. He gets a thick outside edge. Well, not even that thick, and it goes down to find third man for 4.
Giuliani had his reasons for selecting his landscape seasons. There were 4.
Pakistan getting back towards a run of ball. 42 off 40. Arshdeep, what can he do about this? Down the track comes Imad, and it's short, and he has a swing. Rishabh Pant goes for the run out, but it's all comfortable enough.
Not quite a slow ball bouncer, but he's digging that in quite short, isn't he? But he's not really getting up that much when he does.
I think he saw him coming.
It's what's known as the heavy ball, isn't it?
Must be, yep.
Which is one of the most ridiculous phrases I
Yes.
think that's come into the game. He bowls a heavy ball. No, he bowls the same weight of fucking ball that every other bowler's bowling with.
Oh my god, we're getting skeleton cam.
Yeah, we are.
Here comes Arshdeep again. It's too much onto the legs and it's tucked down too long leg for a single. Not really done it in this innings. Arshdeep not made use of the conditions as he would have liked. I think we're actually skeleton cam is giving us
Well, we're looking at
Jasprit's Bumrah's bowling action from past to present.
It's that. I think they're illustrating the.
It's not much of a difference.
Extension of the arm that he does.
For any bowling action nerds out there. Arshdeep left arm over. Slower ball.
Clever.
Punched up to long off for a single.
That was a clever ball. Clever ball. Because Rizwan, I think, had given himself space. He was looking to work it into the offside. Then he suddenly realised, oh, hang on, I've got to completely rethink how I play this ball.
Yep, he had time to adjust. Rizwan's just doing Rizwan things. But today, that's absolutely fine. 31 of 43. Very much anchoring the innings. I was wondering a couple of days ago if any teams were going to do an escape to victory on one of their players and send out an SOS, bring all the anchors back, bring back KL Rahul and Steve Smith and Ben Stokes for this World Cup. Steps away, Imad, and hit it straight down into the ground, and you could hear the gasp from beside me as we're just wondering if that ball was going to roll back onto the stumps. It did not, but it's not looking too convincing from Imad. 5 off 8, and 4 of those is a big thick edge.
What did they need when they set off? They need 120.
120, yeah.
So yes.
Yeah.
But what does that mean in runs per over?
6.
6.
One run a ball.
So slightly ahead of that now.
Says, I missed everything from India's second wicket until now. At least there's loads to catch up on when I re-listen tomorrow. What a belter. And then he says, what time is it in Perth for Messi to still be around? Is the goose in his pants keeping him awake? Yeah, it's 3 a.m. here. I started at
what a trooper.
I got up at 7:30 this morning for the West Indies-Uganda game, which was fun, but I'm feeling a bit jaded at the moment.
Right.
But,
Sterling
Kieran,
work.
you'd be happy that Bairstow lived down to your expectations last night.
And then some.
Kieran, yeah. Kieran's never been a great lover of Johnny's performances.
Surely, though, that the game this morning finished early for you to give you a bit of chance to get your head down for a bit.
There were football games to watch.
Oh well, that's your choice. That's
Right, here comes.
Can't blame us for those.
Here comes Bumrah in. And you need a spell for him, and they've goaled. He's bowled him.
Whoa!
Now is that Rizwan? I think it might be, and that would be a big wicket. Yes, it is.
Was it? Oh, wow.
Yes, it is. Bumrah came in, and honestly, for all we talk about Bumrah, that just looked like a straight ball to me. Quick straight ball. Rizwan completely out of character for this innings, had a big swing at it, and he missed it, and the ball hit the stumps.
Wow. Oh, this could be a banger.
Could be. Game on, I reckon.
That didn't get up a whole hell of a lot, did it? I think it just didn't get up as much as he was expecting, but it was still 3/4 of the way up, middle and off. It was a wild
in
shot.
normal circumstances, I'd say it was a pretty awful shot.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
Given what's been going on, crossback shots aren't such a bad thing on this pitch.
Just not to that ball, though. It wasn't really short, and I don't want to come across all Sunil Gavaskar, but why would you do that first ball to Bumrah? Well, 40 off 35, and the man who didn't bowl and seems to be playing more as a batsman for Pakistan these days has a chance to make a big impact on this game.
What's the matter, you? Show a little respect. The leg is spitting his heart, but he turns it off at the deck. Oh, he's not too bad. He's always got a plan. Shut up, can.
What a precious situation now. Are we going to see Pakistan doing Pakistan things now Rizwan is out? A run out. What odds? What if the bear was here? He would bet on a run out.
Oh,
Yeah.
he would, wouldn't he?
I think I would.
I think I'm not sure the odds would be that long.
Yeah, run out
would
2
they?
to 1.
Yeah.
Here comes Bumrah. Shadab plays it into the offside, and India's tails are up. Gully picks that one up. Feigns to throw at the stumps just to keep the batsman on his toes.
That was an ugly swipe across the line to a angled in, but it didn't. It did keep low, didn't it? It didn't just get up.
The thing is,
when
Jez,
it
I wouldn't
pitches.
particularly call that a cross bat shot.
Wouldn't you?
No, it's just across the line. It's not like a pull shot.
Oh no,
Or
yeah,
a horizontal
yeah.
bat
No, it's
shot.
not.
Bumrah again. Oh, on a thickish edge from Shadab. It's not going to carry to the man who is there at slip.
Soft hands. He played that down deliberately, I think.
And with Imad not looking too comfortable, this could be very interesting.
Oh, India have gained a percentage in the.
They've doubled.
They've gone.
Yeah.
Oh no, they were at
Surprised.
15 earlier on. Then it went down to 8, didn't they? So now you're right. They've doubled.
The run out is 10 to 1, Andy, which is considerably less than
It usually
14
is.
that's-
Yes. Rightly so, I think. I think someone's put their finger on the scales of the algorithm there.
40 off 33. It's just enough. That fourth wicket just really gives you encouragement if you're India. Gives you the heebie-jeebies if you're
Bumrah
Pakistan.
Again, it's too full, but it's only played up to mid-on. They'll get through for the single comfortably enough in the end, but every time you see a fielder approaching the ball and the batsman not there, you wonder what's going to happen.
Well, we saw Azam Khan nearly get himself in a right.
Ooh, I'll tell you
Usman
what, it
Khan, I beg your pardon.
slipped out of the fielder's hand as he threw it. I think he would have been in anyway, but didn't get a clean throw off. So this over's also only gone for 1 run so far, and as in the Indian innings, when they were losing wickets, they also weren't scoring runs.
Well, that's when you panic. That's when you're in two minds. That's when you think, I've got to go for this, and you probably don't really have to, because there's something inside you tells you do.
That's the pressure.
Next thing, you've had 2 first ballers,
Yep.
and all of a sudden you're looking up and going, crikey, we're in the mire, yeah?
Right, a little bit of running repairs to Shadab's bat, but Jasprit Bumrah is back in again. It's time to Imad, who punches it past point. Should get a couple. The fielder is going to be round to keep it to 2. Need a few more of those. 37 needed now from 31.
Just as a tiny piece of housekeeping, you might as well stay where you are, because Anindo can't come back.
It's a bit too late, yes.
So we'll be joined by, I think, Nestlers for the close.
Okay. I was probably going to stay in here anyway and catch the last.
Messers and Nestlers have just been playing leapfrog all day in terms of social media.
We have indeed. Well, he is my mentor in tweet reading in the area.
That one's pushed into the offside by Imad. It's the end of the over. It's 83 for 4. Great work today, Jez. You can have a well-earned sleep. I hope you can get to
Thank
sleep
you,
quite quickly after these games.
Yeah, I'm usually knackered enough for that. I'll catch you tomorrow night.
Sterling work, Messers, across
There you
continents
guys.
and matches. It's been superb. Well done, mate. 83 for 4. 5 overs left. Even if you aren't a fan of India or Pakistan, but just of cricket, and particularly T20 cricket, do not go anywhere, because on this sluggish, weird pitch,
It's a council pitch.
It's a long way. We're getting a great view of the
I was just going to say,
Manhattan
that
skyline.
does show you how far away it is,
Yeah.
actually, from the city of New York. It looks a long way.
Shadab Khan new to the crease. Ahmad Wasim, he's faced 10, he's only got 7. Shadab Khan has 1, and he's going to be facing Axar Patel, who comes around the wicket, leans forward, looks for a single, gets sent back. Does Shadab? Rohit's got a big old smile on his face now. He knows the pressure the opposition are under for India.
Well, that's the thing. All the pressure is on Pakistan at the moment.
Round the wicket again comes Axar. Forward comes Shadab Khan. They can run a single this time. They need to take the singles, Andy. They need to. They can't just wait for the big hits. They've got to just score at every opportunity that comes their way.
They do, especially off the spinners. Just got to try and use soft hands and knock the ball into the gap, and you got to figure you're going to pick up 2 or 3 fours along the way. But it's different. It's different to the usual IPL fare.
Well, we've been conditioned by the IPL just to expect thumps. That's dragged down, and that really should have been carved and cut away.
Yeah.
It wasn't. It was missed by Imad Wasim, and it went through to Rishabh Pant. So the current rate's 5.4. It's skyrocketed the required rate to 8. Might not sound much, but that again is just wide of off stump. An attempted cut and a miss through to the keeper.
Imad's really struggling.
Imad is struggling.
He's just had a couple of hit me balls.
Comes Axar Patel, third, exactly the same. This is clever bowling.
That one was better. It was fuller.
It was the 3 dot balls, would argue. Look in the scorebook.
Oh, it's better than the previous 2. Yeah.
He's looking to.
But he's got a plan against Imad. He's just firing it across him.
Firing it across the left-hander. It's working. It's working a treat for India. And things are looking worrying now. That one was offering more width. Finally, Imad can connect with one, slap it down to backward point, but there is a man there and will only be a single. It means that Axar over has gone for 2. They need 8, and suddenly, with 4 overs left and 35 needed, the equation just looks quite tricky for Pakistan and a lot rosier for India. Gripping stuff. Nestlers.
The pawn bot wants to know, if you trip over your own helmet, does it have to get checked?
I sniggered at that earlier like a naughty schoolboy,
yeah.
And then I wondered if it might rouse the pawn bot.
Are you the pawn bot?
I am not the pawn bot, no.
Pokey Bumfinger reckons needs another wicket to make them shaky. I think they're shaky now.
I think
this is a
I'm shaky.
This is a much better T20 than the fare you get served up in the IPL.
A lot of the time, but these slow scoring games can also be bad. But Pakistan these batsmen really have to wake up and just realise they cannot let another over go past for 2 or 3 runs.
Yeah.
They need 35 off 4. I think they've got like 4 runs off the last 2 overs. They've got to wake up. They do have wickets in hand. That's the great bonus. They've got 6 wickets in hand, and some hitters to come.
That's the tension and the excitement, though, isn't it?
They've got to wake up right now and make sure they're picking up a boundary or 2 and over.
Well, it's going to be Hardik who's going to continue to Imad. Now, the one thing you can say about Imad Wasim is he's got quite a few red inkers of late, as that one is thumped down to long on, and they'll take a single.
He's also got a tremendous jingle.
Imad Wasim, yes he does. I'm looking back, the New Zealand series, he got 4 not out, 22 not out, and he got a 1 not out against Ireland. So he's clearly a few times been there at the death for Pakistan, and that's what he'll need to be today, but they'll need to score a bit quicker.
Yeah, this is not a case. Sometimes you say if these 2 batsmen stay in, they'll get the runs.
Well, not going like this, they won't.
No, they won't. No.
34 from 23. That the equation is stretching, and that forces him onto the back foot. And as he steps away, 2 leg, they should get 2 here as he pushes it into the onside. Yeah, they do. They need a few of those. Keep taking those 2s.
It was well run. They set off for that straight away. That was good stuff.
Remember, it's A, very big boundaries, and B, very slow outfield. That doesn't help the situation if you're a Pakistan support. Second from bottom, Pakistan, obviously pointless so far after that defeat to the USA.
And we've been assuming Pakistan were going to win this game. If they lose, they're done.
I think they are, because they would be. They certainly would be. Let's see. In comes Hardik over the wicket. Top edged. Rishabh Pant's going to get this. He is. He runs around. Hardik Pandya had followed him as he'd stepped back. It was too close. The panic is setting in for Pakistan. Another wicket for India. 88 for 5. 32 from 21 needed. It's tremble time for Pakistan.
How's that? You missed about, I caught you up. How's that?
just have to say that that is a tremendous pop-up stadium.
It is highly sustainable in that they're reusing. Well, you'd like this, Nestlers. The stands are all from the Las Vegas for the Grand Prix circuit.
Oh, are they?
So they're repurposing them. It's
they're
a Mr.
huge as well, aren't they?
It's a Mr. Tetley, who is the ICC head of events, and he's very proud. He's very proud of the sustainable aspects.
Did cost 30 million to get them there.
Well, it certainly did, but nonetheless, from probably better than rebuilding them.
Right, and all the fans in those stands looking at a gripping finish here. This is the new batsman, chance to be a hero or a villain.
Well, it is. It's Iftikhar Ahmed.
Why do I find it hard to believe the next stat? Strike rate of 142.
Victim of Netravalka in the game against the USA, only made 18. Made
the software engineer.
He is a software. Yeah, he
Netravalka is, yes,
and a ukulele player.
Good for him.
Quite a combo. That works for Oracle. It's amazing how tournaments throw up unlikely heroes, and he became one overnight. Whether he'll have got the huge recognition in the US, of course, that's a different discussion, isn't it?
I've seen it pop up here and there.
I'd like to think it would. Anyway, Hardik is going to be in to Iftikhar, who waits, cuts handsomely, but cuts straight to the fielder at backward point, and will only get a single. 89 for 5.
One of my friends in New York messaged me earlier and said, "Screw trying to get an Uber or a yellow cab in New York City today." Then,
well, they're all watching here. This is what you're saying, I suppose. Yeah.
Well, every time I've got in a cab in a major city in America, they've been Pakistani guys, and the moment you open your mouth, they say, "Are you English?" I go, "Yeah." They go, "Cricket."
Yeah, that's always true. He made decent run. He made 23 and 21 against England, did Iftikhar, but crucially, Andy, not at the quickest of rates. 23 off 17, 21 off 18, 18 off 14 in the game against the USA and Cup Hardik. That one is there's a half shout from Rishabh Pant, and not even a polite inquiry from Hardik. I don't think that was anywhere close.
I think India are favourites.
He took the pace off that ice.
Favourites from here.
Yeah.
Screw you, win predictor. India are favourites.
Well, 30. Yeah. Well, not quite according to win predictor, but 35% is what they've gone up to. 31 from 19, 5 wickets down.
They're just finding it so hard to score, and as you say, Tony, the long boundaries and the slow outfield come into play.
They do indeed. This could not. Well, it's not going to affect Pakistan, of course. The fact that it's nothing like the IPL, is it? that's not going to bother them in the least. We got one ball left of the 17th over. Then there will be just 3 overs left.
That's it.
And that's 10 and over. And suddenly,
one for Bumrah and one for Siraj.
Well, you've got to get 10 and over on this track against those two. Wow.
Yep.
Not easy.
Possibly one from Arshdeep as well.
You sort of feel that if possible, they need to try and launch one now. I think the nudging 1s and 2s, we might be beyond that. Pakistan need to redress the balance.
Need to hit it into these $30 million stands.
Into the Grand Prix stands from Las Vegas. Back steps Iftikhar, has a swing, hauls it into the onside, will only get a single. And it means that with 17 overs gone, it's 90 for 5, but what really matters, it's 30 off 3 overs. You do the maths, but I can tell you that's tough. 10 and over.
On those stands, they have to go back to Vegas after this, but it's exactly the same distance as Lord's is to Croatia, apparently.
I'm surprised it's not more than that.
It's like shifting the stones at Stonehenge.
Thanks, Kieran.
They must have to almost completely disassemble them.
Well, presumably, I guess so. Presumably they get reassembled next time there's a Grand Prix, do they? Is the Grand Prix at Las Vegas every year now?
Pretty much, yeah. I think
so. Watkins Glen has been retired, has it?
Blimey, haven't had a Grand Prix there for a long time.
Oh, haven't they? Okay, well, it shows probably back in the days of Jim Clark and Graham Hill.
I think 70s it might have been the last one. I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. Right. Well, 3 overs left. 30 runs needed.
Not gonna happen.
5 wickets down. It's looking unlikely. Who'd have thought that when where this started?
Yeah, well, this is their best chance, I think. This over from Siraj, they've got to target this one.
They do. They can't. They can't leave it to the last overs because I just think their bowling's too canny. If you look at Bumrah
and it's just too difficult to score. I mean, if they keep it back of a length, it's very hard.
So we've got
to hit the
Siraj,
boundary.
Bumrah, and
Arshdeep probably.
Arshdeep Singh. This would be Siraj's last
Although
over.
Hardik could bowl another one.
In he comes over the wicket. Back steps the batsman, cuts away. It's only going to be a single. Well, and 1 for Imad Wasim. 29 from 17 as Nestlers gives us a musical rendition of the jingle.
It's a great jingle.
It is a great jingle. We might play it again if he sees a Pakistan over the line.
Or if he gets out.
I don't think he'd deserve it. I don't think our protocol doesn't allow for that, does it? You don't.
There's no bloody protocol.
There's no
no
precedent. Then
you're very thirsty for this jingle, though.
Yeah, Nestlers is desperate. This one's driven. Oh, driven so straight though, it's disturbed the non-striking stumps, or the stumps at the non-striker's end. Pakistan, Andy, can't catch a break, can they?
Yeah, but I know I may be oversimplifying things. They just can't hit the ball hard enough. Nothing's even threatening to go for 4. The only 4 I can remember since like 10 overs is that one, the edge through third man.
Yeah. So it's been
well,
slow
no ball, that
going,
helps a bit.
Well, that does. Richard Illingworth, a man who took a wicket with his very first ball in Test cricket, has signalled one vital run to Pakistan.
Never got as good as that again.
No, I don't think he did. Poor old Richard Illingworth, he didn't. It's a free hit, though, and with a no ball comes a free hit. Now, how crucial could this be? It's a full toss. It's slapped, but it's only slapped and bit of slap and trickle is what we saw there. It was slapped, but the ball only trickled, and from a free hit. Did they come back for 2, or did they just get the one? They should have come back for 2.
They did.
Yes. Again, a lot of effort for not much return. Sounds like my normal day at work, really, but there we go. 26 from 16. This one is nicely guided, but guided to backward point. They'll just take one, and Imad Wasim gets himself to the non-striker's end.
You can't just hope that you're going to get a full toss on leg stump, because that's at the moment the only ball I see them hitting for 6. They've got to try to make something. Come down the track, go for a slog sweep, even a scoop. I don't, if these batsmen have it, but Pakistan's middle order just hasn't had the tools to deal with this.
They haven't, and that's been the story of their cricket for the last few years, really, as that one is guided away out towards point. Virat Kohli does the fielding, so there's a good chance for the camera to zoom lovingly in towards his back. Rohit is busy directing operations, and the only figures that matter are the 24 runs that Pakistan need off the 14 balls they have to get them. Compared to other more recent overs, this has actually not been a bad one for Pakistan. Short, wide, given as a wide, I think. Yep,
yeah, I hope
given
so.
as a wide, it was. It was a tennis ball.
Not have been
bounce.
good tactics to leave it if it wasn't. But
Well,
actually, that was good judgment to leave that and get a.
It was excellent judgment, and it was. I mean, when you hear that phrase "tennis ball bounce," there it was. It seemed to get up and then immediately plop down in front of the wicketkeeper.
Maybe in the end they can pick up 10 from this over without a boundary. They've
2,
got
3,
7.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8 if you count the wide. That's going to be.
That's another one with the batsman blocked off the
and
ball.
I would have want to have a look at that. It was pushed away into the offside. I think Siraj thinks he was blocked off there. I think if we have another replay of that, it just looked to me as though the batsman just slowed themselves down.
I
to
don't think the
stop
run out
Siraj.
was in play there, but there was definitely one before where I thought it was, and
But slowing down a fielding attempt is almost as important at the moment.
I thought Matthew Wade would have had a few words to say about it. Put it that way.
Well, Imad's going to be facing Siraj for the last ball of this over. 22 from 13 is what is needed.
They have cobbled together 8 off 5 balls in this over, thanks to 2 extra balls mostly.
Even in the Diamond presidential suite, they've probably put their knives and forks down temporarily just to focus on some cricket.
Well, what if the caramel what's-it comes round, though?
Well, that'd be a tough choice then, wouldn't it? Full toss was an attempted Yorker, is driven, but only driven slowly, painfully slowly for Pakistan to mid-on. And they get just one more run, and it means after 18 it's 99 for 5, 21 from 2. So basically 11 and over is the ask. And it's getting taller, not shorter. Nestlers.
Brian in Brisbane says Pakistan have dug a hole here. Why so poor? I think, as Andy says, it's difficult to hit the ball to the boundary on this wicket.
It's that. It's a very two-pace wicket. The ball's not coming onto the bat.
Yeah.
And suddenly look at that win predictor, Andy. It's still under 50% for India, though. I think they're being super cautious there, don't you?
I think they are, yeah.
So
If those are your predictions, let us bet on them, you cowards.
Yeah.
You go out of business in a day.
Well, we started the day, remember, with rain. Delayed start. But then, fortunately, once we did get under... Well, we got 1 over in and then more rain. But after that, we've had pretty much a clear run at this game, as Jasprit Bumrah is having a clear run. And that completely fools Imad Wasim. He'd stepped away towards off. Bumrah followed him, bounced him in, and Imad could just about angle it down to a short third, and they get 1 more.
I think it's
India
quite
will take that.
Smart bowling.
100 is up.
Or I might say not stupid bowling. There are other teams who would come in and try to bowl Yorkers, but I think India are perfectly aware that if you just stick it back of a length, it's very, very difficult to score a boundary.
Well, it is, and that's nobody really better in the business than the man bowling at the moment. Those skills honed in the IPL. That's a slower ball bouncer, wide of the off stump.
Maybe try to hit it.
Didn't try and hit it. 1 more ball goes by, and suddenly the optimism and joy and delight and expectation of those Pakistan fans
drained, hasn't it?
Has been drained like wringing a sponge. And suddenly it's the India followers, the sea of blue rather than the sea of green in the not the yellow submarine. Swing and a miss. Through it goes to Pant, and it gets just that bit more hard now for Pakistan.
The Bumrah has bowled enough. He's got enough nous to know he does not have to change anything.
He's doing
just keep bowling there.
That's exactly what he's doing.
He can tell them he's going to bowl there. It doesn't mean they can hit it.
Just short of a length, wide of off, not that wide.
Yeah.
And that slow bounce is just foxing the Pakistan batsman. In comes Bumrah again.
Oh,
that's a horrible ball. But even then he doesn't get it down. It was a wide full toss down leg.
Bowlers.
He'd almost have done better to leave that and can take the wide and have another ball. But
I'm just praising how he's clever enough to just keep bowling that ball, and he bowls a knee-high full toss on leg stump that he gets away with.
Because that's the way it always works.
No, I guess the batsman wasn't expecting
it. It is the law
it.
of sod. You say something with absolute conviction, then you know jolly well it's going to be disproven almost immediately. Bumrah in again. Hop, skip, delivers. Cut straight to cover. The throw's a little bit wild. Bumrah.
Good work from Bumrah, but I think the batsman's in.
I think as well. Rod Tucker's going to have a look. I might have to have another look just to see exactly what happened there. Did he sort of take the stumps off as he fell?
No, he dived. It was very good, actually. It was a bit of a donny. He dived and caught the ball on the bounce and then flicked it back onto the stumps.
Oh, clever. Okay.
But I think by the time he got it back there, the batsman was in.
2 a ball. They need 2 a ball now. someone. Oh, he did. I think he's gone. No, he's...
Ooh, only just.
I tell you what, it was a casual bit of running
It was.
under the circumstances.
Yeah.
I think he's survived, but by, as a famous man once said, the barest of margins.
I think
But
Scotland are 100 for 2 after 9 overs.
Oh, they've turned that one
well,
around.
that's decent.
Give them a boost for run rate as well.
18 from 7. Somehow, one of these two has got to launch one. Is it going to be Iftikhar? He had a go. It's gone high. Has it gone far? I don't think it has. Surely someone's underneath it. Whoa, the ball has been held.
He's taken it.
By Arshdeep Singh. And we're immediately going to have a look at Virat Kohli celebrating, even though he was nowhere near the incident. But of course we were.
Well,
India have another wicket. I'd say that cooks it, and
I think it was
stick a fork in it now.
I think it was cooked anyway, but just the pressure of the situation, both fielders tearing at the same ball. Neither of them had the nous just to call for it or say yours.
Well, Arshdeep Singh at least had the nerve just to stand his ground. I think he knew that he was going to get bumped. High, it went super high.
Another full toss on leg stump. Why did he do that?
Arshdeep, is it Arshdeep Singh? Yeah, he came in. Well done, Virat. He did a fine job there.
It's one of these.
Steering out of that one. If the carb's gone, a 4-5. Caught Arshdeep Singh, bowled Bumrah.
Shit gets wicked, so try and see. A slow full toss is a guarantee there. Shit gets wicked, obviously. Shit gets wicked, so shit gets wicked.
So 18 from the last over.
Mr. Steve says this is the worst cricket game he's ever seen.
Well, in some ways it is. I know it's exciting, but it's really been pretty shoddy batting.
It has. You can't entirely just blame the players. I think the pitch has something to do with it.
Well, I think this is a good move from Pakistan. They've sent in their best 6-hitter just to see if someone can do this.
Yeah. Well, Shaheen it is.
It's always time for Shaheen Afridi. You're not that other guy, that Shaheen.
He's not on strike though.
Yeah, bold.
And that is a wide and outside of leg, and they're all. It's a yes, no, after you, Claude, or whatever the Pakistani equivalent is. Well, I'm sure they've got plenty of variations of it because they have to call on it quite often. Net result is I don't think anyone ran anywhere. Rohit's asking for a review. What's he reviewing even? I'm not sure.
I think actually reviewing obstructing the field on this one. What happened was that the keeper hurled it at the stumps that end, he missed. Someone picked it up and hurled it at the stumps at the other end and also missed. Rohit's now having a chat with the umpire. There's nothing happened in the delivery. The batsman stepped away to leg. Arshdeep followed him and went between the batsman and the stumps. Rohit's quite animated about something. He seemed to be making the review sign at one point. I really don't know what for.
If anything, I would have thought that it looked a wide, because did he actually get any bats
on
it?
No, but it was between the batsman and the stumps.
Oh right, indeed it was. Well, here's what's going to tell us. Arshdeep Singh bowls. Yep, you're
review
right.
is for caught behind.
Oh, okay, that does make a degree of sense.
Well,
yes.
Rishabh Pant did take it diving to his right, and he does get an inside edge. My goodness me, a wicket off the first ball of a final over that you need 18 runs off is a shocking way to start it from Pakistan's perspective. A fabulous way to start it if you're Indian. Up goes Richard Illingworth's finger, and well done Rishabh Pant, well done Arshdeep Singh.
Well, Imran Wasim was promoted up to 5, and he's really had a bit of a shocker. 15 off 23. I mean, if he'd even just gone at a run a ball, the value of those 8 runs to Pakistan would be immense at this point. The stands are bouncing up and down, literally. The camera can't stay still.
I wonder what the reason for that was. It was extraordinary. Yeah,
I think that's what it is. I think these temporary stands are going to collapse. Well, I hope not.
Oh God, that would be a tragedy. And of course, we're going to have a look at Virat.
Of course. There's a lot of stuff going on about, is this legitimate?
Oh, don't be silly. I mean, someone
Yeah,
was
well,
saying
I mean,
this about Mohamed Amir's super over.
You
Come on,
kinda
he was
called it-
did one stupid thing when he was 18. They're not throwing World Cup games.
You called it, Andy, though, and after the India innings, saying that this
Nazim
is-
Shah,
this is not
meanwhile,
over, you know.
is going to face Arshdeep Singh. He slapped it, but he slapped it straight on the bounce to deep mid-off.
Well, that's the other thing I was going to say.
And they get a single.
The fact that there was a wicket also meant there wasn't a single off the first ball, and it also meant that Shaheen Shah Afridi didn't get on strike. He's on strike now, and he basically needs 3 sixes.
Well, he does. 17 off 4. 2 of them you need to go big right now, or the game's cooked.
And Arshdeep just needs to bowl a couple of balls back of a length, and he'll be absolutely fine.
I
But
would
funny
think
things
so.
can happen.
It's going to have to be very funny from here.
Yeah.
In comes
Hilarious.
Arshdeep Singh over the wicket to the left-hander.
That's the worst appeal I've ever seen in my life.
Well, as it is, it was an attempted whip to leg. It drops at the batsman's leg, and it means now... Why are we looking at fucking Virat Kohli? He was nowhere near it. Oh, Lord.
He moves the needle.
17.
It's 16 from 3.
16 from 3 now.
Yeah.
Once
There's Virat. There's Virat. Look, there's Virat.
Virat walking purposefully.
He's not even captain.
3 sixes. No, we're just going to watch Virat walking purposefully, though. 3 sixes would do it, Andy. 3 sixes would do it.
Go on, hit one just to make it interesting.
It certainly would be interesting.
That's a good try.
That's ramped. Has it ramped all the way? It has! No, it hasn't. It's dropped well short.
4.
It's gone for 4, though. Well...
Keeps them in it.
It was a sort of a reverse ramp. It was an extraordinary shot, but it's got them 4 runs. Nazim Shah dived, almost fell away to his right. There's no catching that. And it means, well, now the equation is really simple. 6 per ball from the last 2.
1-6.
Pakistan win. You can only get them 1 at a time. Let's see what is going to happen. It's Nazim Shah. They may have brought Shaheen Shah Afridi in. He hasn't really had a look in. Nazim Shah launches this. It's going to drop short. It's going to be 4 though. And that time it was Virat Kohli who dived to his right. He couldn't stop it on the deep cover boundary. It means the task has become impossible without snookers. 8 from 1 is what Pakistan need.
That was a great effort. I mean, he was just defeated by the length of the boundary, stepped away, carved it over cover point, just a couple of yards short. Perhaps if Kohli hadn't been bantering with the crowd, he might have been a bit quicker off the mark there.
My Ink can't hear us because of the crowd noise, and he's losing his voice, going nuts.
Well,
good.
His team, India, assuming India is his team, which I'm pretty sure they are, they have got over the line here in the most extraordinary circumstances, and we fear Pakistan, who genuinely have not been very good, will be going home. That's full, and a swing, and just trickles away into the offside. I don't think they've even bothered trying to go for the run. Why would you? It means that India have hauled this game despite only scoring 119 themselves. They have hauled this game out the fire, and with the final ball not put away, they have managed to overhaul Pakistan and win by 6 runs. Pakistan will be distraught.
Naseem looks distraught.
Naseem Shah, who gave it all he could. If 1 or 2 others in front of him had shown a little bit more intent, then Pakistan would not be the losers here. They will be looking at this going, how on earth, Andy, did we let that go?
Well, you've given me a tough question. I'm not sure. Honestly, what an opportunity missed by Pakistan. They bowled India out for 119. Remember, India didn't take like 9 or 10 balls of their innings. And I think hindsight is a wonderful thing. Did they do enough in their own batting power play when it was definitely easier to bat?
Well, India, remember, in their power play, they were 50 for 2.
Yeah.
Pakistan were 35 for 1.
Yeah.
So they were behind a low target anyway, right from the off. Nazim Shah, I think, is in tears. He's
He
getting a
is.
hug
Yeah.
from Shaheen Shah Afridi.
But they just got
you
so
feel for him.
stuck in those middle overs. And Rizwan, I was praising him for doing a good job, but he just seemed to get slower and slower and slower. Then had a huge swing against Bumrah, and that seemed to be the turning point, wasn't it?
I think it was. We should give you the final rundown and then some final messages from Messrs. Suffice to say, after a rainy start, India limped really to 119. 42 for Rishabh Pant off 31-18. 20 off 18 for Aksar Patel. Everything else was pretty bang average, to be honest. And Pakistan will have been thinking, even though they will have known that it's not an easy surface, they thought we must be able to do this. They were wrong. They were 113 for 7, just too slow all the way. Mohammad Rizwan 31 off 44 balls, Andy.
Yeah, I mean they were.
That's going backwards effectively.
They were halfway there off 10 overs, almost exactly, and then, as you say, they did seem to go backwards.
And no one else got past 20. Everyone else 13, 13, 13, 15, 4, 5, 0, not out, admittedly, off one ball, and 10 off a game effort from Nazim Shah. It was just appalling, wasn't it?
Well, they won the toss, it got them to bat second, and while conditions weren't that different between the two innings, they had the advantage of seeing what happened in the India innings, which was that it got more difficult to bat as it went on. The ball started to stop. And you could see towards the end there, whenever India did just bowl back of a length, it was almost impossible to get anything more than a single. And I think they really... hindsight is such a wonderful thing. I think they should have done a bit more to try to win the game in the first 10 overs. I think maybe one or two other people could have followed Fakhar Zaman's example, even though he was, what did he get, 13 off 7, something like that?
Fakhar Zaman, yes, I can tell you what he got if you give me a moment. He got 13 off 8. So
13 off
you were
8.
Pretty close.
He came down track and hit a 6. Whereas you just saw Shadab Khan and Imad Wasim do next to nothing. In fact, Imad just got worse and worse as well.
Nazim Shah was also pick of the bowlers, very much so, for Pakistan, with his 3 for 21 off his 4. Pick of the bowlers for India, it will be no surprise. 3 for 14 for Jasprit Bumrah, who
Scotland are nearly there. They are 143 for 3.
Is that good for England or bad?
No, it's bad.
Oh,
that's very bad, because they're going to. We could stay at the end of this. You only need 8 runs.
I've really got to try and get. Oh no, I need to go.
Okay, well, Scotland have pretty much won this game anyway, and boosted their run rate, which will set England a challenge.
It certainly will. Right, Nestlers, any final messages?
Yeah, a few. Dave Rossetti says, loving listening to you guys right now. Thanks so much for what you do. He's from Utah, and he says, what is the Pakistani equivalent of after you, Claude, by the way?
Well, we don't know, I'm afraid. That's why we asked.
Another 6 for Scotland. I think we can stay at the end of this, because they only need 2.
Yeah.
Jersey Oak says, election seems to be the in thing at the moment. Macron has just called one in France.
Wow.
And he also says Pakistan can share a plane now with England on the way home.
Maybe.
Meta has given us €2.49. Says, super coverage, lads. Thanks from Lake Garda in Italy.
Oh, beautiful. What a nice spot to be.
Yes, where the Giro d'Italia went through that way just recently, Meta, I believe. Kieran says, I've got a lumpy bit of a bog on 10 acres in Ireland. I reckon it would provide a better pitch than this Nassau thing they are playing on. Mayank says, I've gone mental in the stands, but thanks for the coverage.
You're very welcome.
Kieran says, that sounds like it was worth the 2.5k, Mayank. Yeah, so that's about it for now. Lots of people saying thank you. Muttley, Brian. Mr. Steve says, Malta's taxi drivers would have won this. Pokey Bumfinger and Lennox both like the game, and Kieran says thanks for the excellent coverage, Gorillas. See you all tomorrow.
Pleasure. Right, well, you will see us tomorrow. We will be back. Another 3:30 start, is it tomorrow? Is it Canada tomorrow?
Goodness knows. I think so.
I can't remember. I know it's not me tomorrow. It will be, I think, on Wednesday. It'll be the Bear on Tuesday from memory. But we got to go. Late finish here. Thank you for your company. We shall see you tomorrow.
Cheers.
See ya.
Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla cricket. Whoa. Guerrilla.
Take guard, man the barricades, patrol the cover boundary. At last the time is come, this is a cricketing emergency. Hear this call to arms for every cricket revolutionary. Take up your bats and stumps.